Licht.
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. They don't wanna see me care. Anytime I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I will get back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
We absolutely will. What an amazing week. So many victories. We're going to be getting into it very shortly. But what are we going to be covering news-wise? Featured stories. We're going to be reviewing Fox. The big weekend show. We're going to be mocking some of those cucks over there who condemning a Chicago Black Teachers Union leader, and also condemning her, of course, as well. 22 years in prison. We're going to talk about that. The Second Amendment, your right to self-defense being revoked. New York Mayor Eric Adams as well. Illegal immigration, he says, will destroy and is destroying New York City. That and more. Your comments, calls, and questions. And then, ladies and gentlemen, there's this. How to find a woman who will make you a millionaire. Look for a woman who has taste for luxury. That's the most important quality. It sounds weird, but let me explain. It's not what you think. If she doesn't know how to overspend, you have no chance to become a millionaire. So, whenever you hear words such as Dior, Hermes, Ferrari, you should know this is a woman who will make you a millionaire. The only condition for you to become a millionaire with such a woman is that you must first be a billionaire. You should know from the very beginning, there ain't no woman going to make you a millionaire. Something had to be wrong with that story. Welcome on a glorious Sunday evening, Monday morning. We are going free. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. And it is a glorious Monday morning for all of us in service to white well-being. So many victories over the course of this week. And we are doing the Lord's work. We are changing and transforming society, ladies and gentlemen. It is epic to be with every single one of you here on this glorious day with the sun out and the birds are singing and Western kind is recapturing our destiny. I love it. Great to see everybody. If you would like to financially gift over the course of this gathering, I would be welcome for you to do so. You could do that over on D Live in their funny little cryptocurrency. I'll be keeping an eye on that. I'll also be keeping an eye on Rumble, even though there is no financial gifting over there. Hello to anybody who shows up. Also on Odyssey in their serious cryptocurrency, not funny whatsoever, as well as cash dollars. Hello to everybody that's over there. And of course, over on Cash App, you may financially gift in cash dollars or a cryptocurrency. And of course, we have added Odyssey over there. Oh, I'm sorry, not Odyssey, Subscribestar over there. And you can financially gift there as well. Just making sure, yes, it is up. Cash App will take cash or cryptocurrency, or if you would like to financially gift the cryptocurrency that you're not seeing right now on that option that they provide, you may head on over to nowhiteguilt.org, click on the financial gift tab, and you will be taken to the 5 wallets that I use. Yes, the 5 wallets that I use, along with a snail mail address that I would love for you to reach out to me at if you so feel you would like to do that. Otherwise, you may reach out to me over the course of this gathering by tagging me as No White Guilt, on any of these wonderful platforms. I'll be looking for those tags and your comments or questions or concerns or whatever it might be. And we are going to get into the epic swashbuckling announcements, ladies and gentlemen, for some epic individuals. We're going to have to get the crowd rolling. Get your applause ready, because it's going to get wild in the house, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to get really wild. And we're going to begin here in just a moment. Where are we? We're going to find over here to begin our swashbuckling. We begin with one of our community members, Cassie, who just had her 3rd child, a daughter of the West. Ava is now in the house of Western kind. A big 07s, raucous emojis celebrate the birth of another daughter of the West. How many babies has this community had this year? It is so epic, so glorious. Make the anti-whites angry as hell. Make the Westmen proud. God bless. Swashbuckling flags. During the swash, we're going to celebrate with swashbuckling flags, swords and shields, fireworks, of course, little crowns, little tiaras for little baby Ava, as well as some gems for her little baby feet. You know they're soft feet, so make sure you polish the gems, no tough edges. Hey, we want to thank ForNull for reaching out to let us know that Tucker, just the other day on his program, again used anti-white swashing going on. I want to thank everybody for the swashing going on around Tucker, everybody who is targeting him with the epic swash. Let's give it up for everybody swashing on Tucker Carlson, him now using, again, just the other day, anti-white in his broadcast. Let's make it part of his normal vocabulary, as normal as his own name, as normal as his yes, dear, that he gives to the women in his house. 07s to that. Let's give it up for Franklin who, with a super chat to Amala in front of her colossal audience this past week, was able to get her and her audience to focus on Best Buy, the anti-whitism at Best Buy. It was brand new to her. It was brand new to her co-host. The audience had no idea. Suddenly, now they know that there is anti-whitism everywhere at Best Buy. Give it up. Swashbuckling flags for Franklin, the Franklinator. He is an epic human being, folks, par excellence. What else do we have from old Franklin here? Let's see what we have. Franklin, keep it going. Swashbuckling flags, 007s, 007s, quadruple 07s for Franklin, swords and shields. Financially gifting over there on the Sultanator's channel. Salty Cracker. He's as salty as they come. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. He was over there financially gifting, and he got old Salty and his audience to see this. We must end anti-whitism. Wonder where it's coming from. Wonder why people are saying these particular concepts. Wonder why people are using these dialectics. We must end anti-whitism and white erasure. Two epic concepts right there in the beginning. Keep speaking truth, Salty. We need to go free. Another one he weaves in there. Go free of all the lies. And then if you thought Franklin's not done. Keep it going. Franklin back again. He has another one. He says here, the anti-whites at the ADL, using anti-white. Wonder where it came from. Wonder maybe it was a decade ago with an old man. Or no, actually it's the people doing it now. Anti-whites at the ADL hate white well-being, Franklin writes, for his gigantic audience. How many people were watching live? How many people? 24,000 people watching Salty Cracker live. Read this on his screen. The ADL hate white well-being, and they hate America. There's no legitimacy to anything they say. Make sure you rock it out loud and proud. Swashbuckling flags, swashbuckling crowns for Franklin and his epic work. And you know what? Keep it going. For Matt Murray, who was over there on Amala, I saw this absolute force of nature over there in the live chats. I look places, and there's Matt Murray, and he was writing over there that no one could take in debate the dream team white well-being is what he wrote over there. And Matt Murray went so far as to write, quote, Jason Kuna from No White Guilt would destroy the entire world in debate. Make sure you love this guy. He knows what's true, doesn't he? He knows what's right. Real, true, based, real, true, and based from Matt Murray. Epic, brother. That was awesome. I would destroy the entire world in debate. God bless you, brother. Hey, keep it going for the one and only ForNull, ladies and gentlemen, who is started his blog, and you can find it at westernparagon.blogspot.com. There it is right there, ladies and gentlemen, westernparagon.blogspot.com, and he'll be sure to share that in the live chat. His recent post on his brand new blog is a post encouraging our community to not be divisive over religious beliefs, a post about power of the subconscious mind, and a post about table role-playing games that are good and wholesome entertainment and are not chock full with white negativity, and where you can find them. Give it up for the swashbuckling power of the one and only ForNull. And don't stop there, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to give it up it's still for the swashbuckling power of ForNull, because he is posting up on nowhiteguilt.org, the translation work. We're going to celebrate ForNull, 007s, 007s, quadruple 07s, rocking it out for ForNull and Baldor and Iberian Rider, because ForNull did some editing and he's putting the PDF up on nowhiteguilt.org that translates by way of Baldor and Iberian Rider, the Go Free lexicon, into Afrikaans, Catalan, German, Icelandic, Italian, and Spanish. I want you all to really rock it up loud. Big time rockers emojis. Rock them up. Swash them up. Swash them bitches all the way up for that epic work that's going up on the website right now. God bless all three of these wonderful gentlemen and everybody else who participated and helped out there. Let's celebrate. Anti-whitism is jealousy. Anti-whitism is jealousy. Raucous emojis for that champion for doing the timestamps on many of these going free streams, enabling people to watch these streams that would not normally watch them. God bless. Anti-whitism is jealousy, and keep those applause going for two other gentlemen and the others who I can't remember at the spur of the moment here, who have also done the timestamps. And that, of course, is the epic No White Guilt Clips and the Franklinator, all contributing in this glorious service, putting up the timestamps on these protracted videos of ours because Jason has stamina and stamina and stamina. He just keeps going. You know how it is, ladies and gentlemen. And these gentlemen and others that I'm forgetting to name right now have been making it easier for those to be able to step right into these going free gatherings and celebrate and learn and educate and edify and go out into the world. God bless. Anti-whitism is jealousy, Franklin, and No White Guilt Clips. And let's keep it going, ladies and gentlemen, for Melissa down under, because she has created a Go Free bookmark, literally a Go Free bookmark. Check it out. Check out this awesome Go Free bookmark. Isn't that something awesome? I'm going to be buying some of these, and I will be handing them out to you all in purchases of books. When you acquire books and things of this nature, I'll be handing them out. But not only that, the goodness of Melissa's heart, she has provided a PDF with the instructions so you too can make this Go Free book. Isn't that glorious? Go Free, a guide to aligning with the archetype of Western kind, sewn right in there. It's a beautiful thing. Check it out. That'll be up on nowhiteguilt.org as well. And we can thank the great ForNull for putting that as well up on the website. God bless that Herculean man. He has no ends to his strength and talents. Thank you so much. Get some crowns and some gems for Melissa and the work that she has done in service to white well-being. Let's keep it going in celebration. We're almost done here. We're about to wrap this swashing up. We got some more things to swash about. We're just going to keep swashing until we're done swashing. You have to tolerate our victories, bitches. Other people roll in. They're like, what are they cheering and celebrating for? Victories, that's uncommon for you, but we do it here. We're going to keep it going for Victorian Time Traveler, swashing on over on Survive the Jive, and he has noticed that Survive the Jive is using anti-white more and more as a consequence. Give it up for the great Victorian Time Traveler. You know him, folks. He's a leader. Make sure you get him a crown and some 95s. If you're wondering about what to put up there, some little dragons, some swords and shields. You know he likes dinosaurs, so give him some dragons, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, Artificer has been out again in the world, ladies and gentlemen, swashing in the real world, IRL. And look what he found. There seems to be a bit of a competition at this particular location, and you have anti-whites. They go and will spray paint over the nowhiteguilt.org, but Artificer has found it, spray painted again on this glorious wall, swashbuckling in the real world, IRL. We are everywhere, folks. We are in the chats that matter. We are targeting the content creators that count, and we are IRL in your neighborhood. Give it up for Artificer, but it doesn't end there for Artificer, because the anti-whites decided they were going to come back. They were going to come back and spray paint over what he found here, nowhiteguilt.org, spray paint over it, and then something amazing happened. Because someone entirely new, someone unseen before, put a new No White Guilt on there, must have found the website. Look at that. Can you believe that, ladies and gentlemen? A brand new person obviously saw the nowhiteguilt.org, checked us out, saw the old tag get spray painted over, and a new person, went out and spray painted No White Guilt, because No White Guilt on that epic wall, IRL, Artificer making it happen in the real world. But he didn't stop there, because you see his good mother, who's been aware of things going on in the world, like a great many good white people out there, but not aware of how to properly push back and victoriously recapture our destiny. He has introduced her to the practice, and she has taken it up because she's a good, wonderful person. She has taken it up in full form, and the practice is now becoming her own artificer, changing minds of strangers in the public, changing the minds of his family. Big salutes for this champion, IRL. Make sure he gets some flags. You know who's been making clips again? You've seen him if I've seen him. It's No White Guilt Clips. Great clips as always. The guy is unstoppable. Make sure you give it up for No White Guilt Clips and the new clips that he's been making of yours truly, been rocking it out into the world. Make sure that he surpasses all of us in sub count on every platform he's on. Make sure you're a part of this by magnifying the big work that No White Guilt Clips is doing. Raucous emojis, crowns for his heads, gems for his feet, fires for his breath, ladies and gentlemen. He's not eating spices. He's just throwing fire for white well-being. God bless that champion. Make sure you're a part of that. The great Reptile is over there targeting massively successfully with Swashing Love and Marie Waters with the lexicon, with the dialectics. When that starts happening, you'll know where it came from. Make sure we salute the great Reptile and the work that he's doing. When you thought that we could not get to Don Trump Jr. enough, you had Franklinator over there. You've had others over there making amazing things happen. Let's give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for the one and only Just the Missus, who was over there and got Donald Trump Jr. to say anti-whiteism and to say that he and Donald Trump Sr., Donald Trump President, are concerned about anti-whiteism. We're going to play a longer clip, but for right now, check this.
So let's see. What do you guys got today? Will President Trump talk about publicly the anti-whiteism in our country? Thank you in advance, sir, for reading my question. Just the Missus.
Change in the world. Be an agent of the change, ladies and gentlemen. We are the people who are making it happen. Give it up for Just the Missus, who did that just the other day. Hey, Don Trump Jr. goes on for a little while, and he talks more and more about how it's a concern for them. He sees the discrimination against white men, and when he is saying it, Donald Trump Sr. will say it, President, and we are the people who will have made that happen. Do not let some little closet dwelling thing come out and say they did it. Do not allow these others to come forward and say that they were responsible for this. We are paying the dues. We are making it happen. We are taking the steps that have to be taken in order for these things to become a success in the real world, folks. And when they do, it is because of our work. It is our doing. It is our lives. It is our beliefs. It is our sacrifices. It is our charity. It is our champions in service to white well-being who are doing it. When it's said around the world and planet Earth shakes, it will be because we did it. No one else. Not something in the air. Not talking about how much you hate Jewish people or whatever it is elsewhere on other platforms and other chats. It's because honest, moral, upright champions of the West and non-white people who are good and standing with us in service to white well-being to put an end to the victimization of our people have come together in this magnificent service to white well-being. But we're not even done there, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to round this out really quick with some words from the great biospirit of the West. He wants us to recognize the meme queen and meme lords of this week. Go to, of course, Just the Missus, Ardent White, No White Guilt Clips, Homeless Bear, and the WordConqueror. Nothing but crowns and gems in 95. Show the love, ladies and gentlemen. Our YouTube champions continue to be Cool Papa J Magic, Franklinator, Jim Bob, and the White Baron rocking it out in service to white well-being. It is so magnificent, folks. You need to be so loud. You need to be so proud. We're about to start the news. We're almost done here. The swashbucklers over on the X-Files, formerly known as Twitter, are these. One of Western kind, Homeless Bear, Ye Old European, Hans the Skipper, Westman, Corporal Punishment, Western Kind, Shannon Oliver, Shauna Shaw, who else? Leonitina, Olive, Maurice, Tim, Archangel, Seamus, Good Charlie, Westbound, Just the Misses, Franklin, and no white guilt clips. Again, these are just to name a few, because the great biospirit of the West is having a hard time being able to follow everybody around, because there are so many people doing so many just magnificent, splendid, glorious things in service to white well-being. Salute all of these. I give them all a stiff salute, ladies and gentlemen. Raucous emojis, fireworks, but you know what? You're going to make it even louder, even prouder for this final. Before we go to the news, the featured news of today, ladies and gentlemen, make sure massive raucous emojis, quadruple 07s, fireworks galore, 95s for Biospirit of the West himself, your leader of Team White Wellbeing, who has found another gear, transforming the world for all of us. Today, financially gifts $1,000, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for this champion, swashbuckling, glorious victories, and we'll be right back. Oh my gosh, it is so epic. I had to turn the AC back on. It's so epic. Give it up for Biospirit of the West. Give it up for all of these champions, ladies and gentlemen. How truly just magnificent, how truly impressive, tremendous, marvelous, wonderful it is that so many people are in service to white well-being here with the tools that make a difference in the world. And that's why we have so many people coming forward with glorious testimonials, with wonderful accomplishments, transforming the world. Franklin had the great idea, and you need to participate in it if you want to be doing something really, truly beautiful, and that is making sure we have the receipts, because there are so many of these people who want to steal credit from us. There's so many people out there who want to say that we didn't do it, that they did it. There are so many people, and I promise you now that there are going to be people who are going to be wanting to say that they were the ones who got Donald Trump, President Donald Trump, to say anti-white and to talk about anti-whiteism and to complain about things going on in the world as they victimize Western kind and Western civilization. And it is obviously where nobody else, no other platform, no other content creator, no other organization leader is able to go out there ahead of time and say, here are the things we're doing. Here are the people we're targeting. Here is with swashbuckling. Here are the accounts of it working. And then it's there. It's happening across the world. They can only come in after the fact, throw a dart at a blank wall, and then paint a bullseye around it and say, look what we did. And have all of their little parasocial lover boys agreeing that they did it when there was nothing that they did, nothing whatsoever that they did except that harmed Western kind, that harmed white well-being, that harmed putting an end to the victimization of our people. My God, give it up for these champions. I could not be more ecstatic about this, ladies and gentlemen. We have a longer video. I just want to take a quick look at the longer video of what happened over there with Donald Trump Jr., because it is him outright saying, it couldn't have been me. I couldn't have gone to him. He would have just said, oh, another white guy, reject him. Another nice dressed white guy, no thank you. Yes. he would have said, no, thank you. Not interested in that. Let's see. Where is that video? Oh, it's not here. It's one up. And then one more, and we will be there. And we'll take a quick look at this. We'll just listen to a little bit of this, and we'll get right into the news. I think we're going to jump right into first this first piece of news is the Fox News about this leader, this black anti-white POS in Chicago, leader of the teachers union, psychotic anti-whiteism going on there. And they talk about it on Fox. And true to form, Fox gets it all wrong because they're garbage, because they're conservative garbage. The video has gone missing, is what has happened. It appears that the video has gone missing. Should be right here. And unless I'm looking at it and missing it, I am not seeing it. Why is that not showing up? We'll try it like this then, because it appears to be where I put it. What a surprise. And yet the software is not grabbing it for us. So we're going to try this one more time. And it's not, oh, you know what? I bet it's a WMV file. And so this can't read it. So we're going to have to come back. We'll watch that as I get it converted here as soon as possible. But before that is converted, we will go ahead and get started with Fox News. Let's go ahead and make me big and them small. And let me know if you are able to hear Fox News.
Where the show started is it's not just about the primary season, right?
Can you hear that? And there's the wonderful Donald Trump himself. Can you all hear? Could you all hear that? All right. Let's go ahead and roll.
Right. And the GOP party and who gets that nomination, it is about the general. And I think that's what some of these candidates keep saying is like, can
this
President
is right
Trump
before
win
the
general? That's the key question. And so we shall see. Okay. Coming up, the boss of Chicago's teachers union once touted public schools in the Windy City.
We're mothers and we send our children.
Look at this anti-white. And so how do you think the conservatives are going to respond to this? We love our conservative brothers and sisters out there. What we don't love are the Cucks. And we are inundated with the Cucks, and that's a problem. The Cucks are leading, and that's what undermines conservatives and has always undermined conservatives for generations. So we're not going to allow the Cucks to just run the conversation anymore. We can't continue to be of the sewing circle and think that we are going to recapture our destiny.
Children to the Chicago public schools.
Okay, so what in the world is she doing sending her son to private school? Hypocrisy takes center stage next on The Big Weekend.
Is that hypocrisy, ladies and gentlemen? If you're a conservative and you think that's hypocrisy, you're dead wrong. For generations, you have been dead wrong. And in fact, you can go. I was a co-host on a show for years where people who are supposed to be in the know, and yet they still do the ain't it hypocrisy segment. Ain't it double standard? No, it's not hypocrisy. It's not a double standard. It only looks like hypocrisy because you're wrong. So shouldn't you say to yourself, well, wait, it does look like hypocrisy. This guy says it's not. The really handsome guy on the screen says it's not hypocrisy. And so I want to know how is it not hypocrisy? That's what you should be saying to yourself. If you're a typical conservative, you should not be saying to yourself, or no, it is hypocrisy. It's nothing but hypocrisy. They say, and then we say, no, listen closely. It's not hypocrisy because in both instances, they get to anti-white conclusions.
Show.
Welcome back. Thanks for watching. So Chicago's teachers union president currently drawing scrutiny for sending her own son to private school. She once called school choice supporters fascists and racists, of course. But here's a flashback of her defending public schools.
So he as a conservative, the tactic is to just dismiss it as like, well, it's frivolous. It's frivolous when they just call people fascists and racist. No, you can't ignore the racial attack on white people, whether you're white or not. You cannot ignore it. That's like being punched in the balls, and you're just like, nope, that's not happening. I'm not even noticing that since I don't notice that you're punching me in the nuts, it's like it's not even happening. No, now you're gelded. That's what happens. And probably this guy, he wouldn't mind it. But you cannot ignore the racial attack on white people, whether you are white or non-white. If you're non-white, you can stand up and point out the anti-whiteism as well, as the non-white people do who are in service to white well-being with us. You have to acknowledge where we are attacked. And so he's going to try to just ignore it and move along. Well, what does that do for the observer? What does that do when you're charged with something and you just pretend like it didn't happen? You can think about other kinds of charges. Think about that. Think about like your neighbor. You see two neighbors are out arguing and one neighbor's like, you're a pedophile. And the other one's just like, and walks away. Are you inclined to think that he's not a pedophile or she's not a pedophile? Or are you inclined to think that there's something to it?
And we're mothers. And we send our children to the Chicago public schools. And remember, we live next door to you.
Okay, so this is pacing. We're mothers too. We're mothers. We care about kids and we live next to you. And so therefore, you should vote for us. You should put us anti-white Democrats in charge. This is Gates. This is like psychotic, screaming teachers union boss, like mob boss Gates. Total anti-whiteism. And so what direction do you think that the frivolous, trifling Cucks at Fox News, what direction do you think they're going to go with this woman, this anti-white pig, saying that your kids have to go to these anti-white hellholes, to these violent anti-white hellholes? Oh, but I'm going to send one of mine to a private school. What do you think the Cucks are going to do?
So we work. We live next door to you. We're raising our families in the same neighborhood.
Oh, man, they make some really profound points, don't they?
Think about who we are.
Mm-hmm. We are thinking about who she is and where she's sending her own son. That was Stacey Davis Gates. And she's now...
The thing that you should be thinking about, tap dancer, the thing that you should be thinking about is how anti-white this bitch is. You should be talking about how she's anti-white, how she's got no problem sending your white child into these violent, drug, sex-ridden hellholes. Total anti-whiteism from top to bottom. While she takes her black child and then the one she loves and sends off to the private school.
Claiming under this controversy that she was, quote, forced to send her son to a private school because he wants to be a soccer player.
Okay, so Fox News, obviously, they're going to make clearly what's happening is, oh, she's clearly fibbing. They probably won't even say she's a liar because that's too strong for the sewing circle at Fox Cucks. So it's going to be, oh, she's fibbing, and I'll just ignore that she calls us all fascists and racists and etc.
Critics are calling for her resignation. Nicole, this woman just
Look, they're all like giggling like total imbeciles.
literally made the case.
Look at her. She's like, oh, it's so funny. It's funny as our country is burnt down around us. Just another vacuous broad on Fox. What a surprise. Look at this thing. Another vacuous broad. If she looks dead on, you're going to stare into the hollow of her skull. Nothing of value. Just giggle and chuckle away at how silly the anti-whites are as they destroy Western civilization for generations. For generations. How fucking funny is it?
For school choice. I want to actually read what she wrote.
So, like, what is this? Is the guy on the right, is he white?
Members to try to explain herself. Here's the teachers union president of one of the most virulent unions in the country. This was the excuse, right?
It's not anti-white. It's just virulent. That's all. No, it's virulently anti-white, bitch. Are they anti-anybody else? No. But a cuck at Fox Cucks will be able to they'll be able to say, what is it? You know where this is going, folks. Oh, it's the non-white children, especially the angelized black ones, they will suffer. And Lord knows, we can't have one of them even get a hangnail. Oh, yeah, whites being raped by the dozens, white boys being taught that white girls could never have interest in them, and so they're off to play video games in a dungeon somewhere and to commit suicide, use fentanyl. No, that's fine. But a black boy somewhere might get a hangnail. A black girl might stub her toe. Conservatives, they bleed red for that, buddy.
Here's the truth. If you're living as a black family in a black community, high-quality neighborhood schools have been the dream, not the reality. For my husband and me, it forced us to send our son, after years of attending a public school, to a private high school so he could live out his dream of being a soccer player while also having a curriculum that can meet his social and emotional needs, even as his two sisters remain in Chicago public schools.
Yes.
Nicole,
yes.
She's like, hey,
So she loves the son. She cares about the son. She's a bit indifferent to the daughters. She's like, no, you all can go back to the ghetto. But I guarantee you that she's going to have her daughters, her black daughters, in the best of the public schools that are available in Chicago. It's not going to be the ones where the white kids are being butchered. It's not going to be there. But the son, the one that she really cares about, that kid gets to go to the private school.
Family decided what's best for our son for these reasons is to
look at this shit. I saw 60 seconds, maybe a whole minute of this segment. And I thought, I definitely have to review this for all of our conservatives out there, conservative brothers and sisters who think that being a conservative is going far enough. No, you've got to be for white well-being. You have got to be willing to put an end to the victimization of white people on the basis of our birth. If you are not, then you're going to continue to have nothing but losses. And then eventually, if this guy is white, I don't know, over here on the right, or maybe he's got a non-white wife. Somebody tell me if they know. But eventually, the only white guys that'll be allowed on any network for a couple decades before none will be allowed will be homosexual white guys and white guys with no limbs, no legs, in a wheelchair, handicap, Helen Keller type of white guys.
Into this private school, it's like, yeah.
Press H for hypocrite. Oh, we got him. We cornered him. Oh. Isn't that Tucker's laugh anyhow? Isn't that Tucker's laugh? Oh, we got him with it. H for hypocrite. Go off, you fucking pussies. I mean, I swear, this is what we had to live with and deal with for the totality of our existence is the defense, the de facto moneyed defense against our victimization out there is replete with anti-whites who are just a little less anti-white than the main victimizers. And they're like this. They're gelded, feckless, airheaded, panty-waist losers. Can it get any more obvious? When we need Lucifer himself to be throwing fire at these, when we need volcanic eruptions, when we need Mount St. Helens on the anti-whites, we get sewing circle bitches and handicapped men. Males, not even barely male.
That's the whole argument
the exact
against
argument.
what you argue in favor of all the time. It's amazing that she said it this way.
Well, first of all, I need to do a little plug. So I went to public school, and my friend Alan Gordon also went to public school, and
Who cares?
he graduated and played alongside
They all went
Beckham
to
for
public
the
school.
LA Galaxy. So you can become a soccer star going to public school. But
Thank you.
Oh boy, she really. And then you hear the guy that I can't remember his name right now. He's like, "Thank you. You can go to a public school and become a professional soccer player." Boy, you guys are making deep points here. Can you just see the sewing circle? They're like, "Oh, yeah, they got him. Have another scone. Have another. She wants some more tea. I put a little edge on it, a little bit of extra sugar in there. I mean, give me a break, Grandma."
I digress. First of all, I want to talk about Nancy
No, you don't digress. It's who you are.
Pelosi getting her hair ddone when salons were closed during the lockdown. Gavin Newsom dining in French Laundry while no one else could dine indoors. Randy Weingarten going to Ukraine to talk about their education system while her policies have essentially failed the children here in the United States. And now this woman who's essentially said it was racist.
Okay, so wait.
To support private schools and not obviously not supporting school choice.
Look, she's almost head on. You can almost see to the back of her skull. All that work on her hair and the makeup and everything, all the poisons. She's probably one of those people that I won't reheat anything in a Starbucks cup, but then she'll put like tier 10 poisons in her hair to make it look like she's still young. She's still young, and she's still no. You're done with that phase of life. Just go ahead and age naturally, honey. But yeah, look, this is the.
I just want to say I'm so glad that her
it's racist if you're going to have these private schools. So why don't you call her out as anti-white? Why don't you call this bitch out as anti? You have this black woman by her testicles. And she probably has them. You have her by her testicles. Call her out as anti-white. Calling her out as hypocrite doesn't matter. Nobody cares about hypocrisy. Who gives a shit? Nobody cares about it anymore. Nobody has cared about it for generations.
Her son can go to the school because she believes that this school is better for him emotionally and academically. Isn't that wonderful for her child? I just think that she needs to.
Oh yeah, we want what's wonderful for her child. I don't want what's wonderful for her family and her. I want her to get the out of the United States. If you're anti-white and Jason Kuna gets in charge, your ass is banished. Oh, there ain't no. I hope that you all are fine. That if you're anti-white, you're gone. That's my position. If you're anti-white, there's no forgiveness ever. If you're anti-white, you're never allowed back under penalty of execution at the border.
Step out of the way so that other people who can't afford to send their child to a private school, that they could also have school choice. Because when you decide, if you have school choice.
Oh, that's what it is. Again, we're back to the economic Marxism, the Christian communism. Oh, well, this is a money thing. What about all of the black families who can't afford and she can't afford? It's all that matters are the black families. You know, there are other races up in Chicago as well, not the least of which my people. Not the least of, but this airheaded bitch is never going to talk about my people because she works at Fox Cucks. But she's not going to talk about all the other groups that are up there. It's just what's good for the blacks. Is this good enough for the blacks? Why aren't we doing more for the blacks? My whole decades I've been alive, and that's all I've been here. And then it's been like the ancillary has been like, okay, all the other non-white races. Anything for us? No, you don't get shit, white man. It just gets taken away from you. My whole life. I'm fed up with it. I don't want to hear about it anymore. I don't want to talk more about how much more can be done for the blacks.
And you are involved in choosing the school for your child, all of a sudden that parent is more involved in their child's academics, and it is more tailored to that individual. So hands down, bravo. I'm glad your son goes to the school, and thank you for supporting school choice. Now,
listen to this bitch. Bravo to you who've been calling us so fascist and racist and white supremacists. Bravo to you. What a dumb bitch. Somebody needs, when they see somebody like this out on the street, get your phone out, get it on record, and walk right up to the bitch and be like, you are a dumb bitch for not calling things out anti-white that are anti-white. You are a frivolous, trifling bitch.
And just let other people do it as well.
But she wants to deny other families that opportunity. It's like, the public school doesn't serve his needs.
You notice what families? What families, tap dancer, are being denied? The ones he's talking about are the black ones. Rest assured. This is what conservatism gets. It's 20. I'm going to have to do like the social justice warrior thing from years back. It's the current year, bitch. How long, how many of the decades of my life do I have to hear you fucking Cucks do this? But what about the blacks? But what about the Hispanic? What about the brown children? What about my people, mother? What about us?
Well, if you can't afford it, tough luck. You're stuck in that school, and we're going to force you to stay stuck in that school. She previously said that school choice is the choice of racists, except apparently for herself. Yep.
Oh boy, you got her. You got her, man. That's some of the best tap dancing I've ever seen. Just keep tap dancing around the obvious truth, the elephant in the room, or maybe the giant fisting dildo in the room. You just keep tap dancing around that, buddy.
And her family. That's what drives me crazy. And Jimmy, I'm curious. Yeah. Did the Chicago Teachers Union
look at this guy, this clown, Jimmy,
not expect
every time he talks, he couldn't. This guy can't be any worse. He could not. He's worse than the one you're looking at now.
That anyone would find out. I mean, was sending her kid to private school.
Jimmy's like, oh, hold on, let me get this sausage I'm sucking out of my mouth.
In a world where we literally dox everything, like this guy liked the controversial.
This is the comedian right here. He's so fucking funny. We literally dox everything. Let's hear what. Let's hear.
Chicago Teachers Union president not expect that anyone would find out. I mean, was sending her kid to private school.
In a world where we literally dox everything, like this guy liked a controversial rap video in 2007. Cancel him. Like, how did you think she?
What? I despise this guy. He is a bag of piss. This guy is nothing but a bag of piss. He actually just said that somebody is getting, and maybe there is some very specific scenario out there where a guy liked a rap video and then ended up losing his job or whatever. But that's not what happens in the world. People lose their jobs. They lose their careers. They lose their livelihood. They lose their ability to conduct their business. They lose their ability to get work for which they've been trained, and therefore can't get work at all at the level that they have endeavored with their life to achieve, because they say anything that isn't anti-white, because they push back on anti-whiteism at all. And then this guy is going to, in true cucking fashion, this fat bag of piss is going to say, hey, somebody did something that was kind of in tune with anti-whiteism and they lost their job. No, they didn't.
Get away with this. I appreciated the candid admission, though, that she's.
Listen to his voice. He hasn't had balls ever. He hasn't had he left his balls with his mother. He hasn't had balls at any point in his life.
Failing the students in saying that the schools have never risen to the level they wish they would for their own child. But this is the part I come back to a lot. I genuinely care about this issue.
Oh, he does,
very
genuinely.
Reckless with race in this day and age, as you all.
Packed with race. I got to see what this guy's going to say about it. It's packed with race.
The level they wish they would for their own child. But this is the part I come back to a lot. I genuinely care about this issue. We're very reckless with race in this day and age, as you all know. She specifically called private schools segregation academies.
Yep.
Okay, so then call her anti-white. Is he going to do that right now? Jimmy Fallon. Fala? What's his name?
Now that carries an emotional weight when you
Who's
depict
Fallon?
something as such.
That's somebody else.
And then turn around and send your son to a segregation academy. Like, are you demanding a separate water fountain too? Like you would.
Wow. So he just invoked what in the anti-white narrative was horrible treatment of blacks by whites to criticize a black anti-white bitch who called white people segregationists and white supremacists and racist for wanting to have choice when it comes to whether or not their children go to public or private school. I dislike this guy the most on the panel, the absolute most. Not a ball on him since the day he left his mother. She had the balls, he didn't.
Seemingly be pro-segregation. It's a disgusting comment. And the problem I come back to is the people who claim.
By the way, when it comes to that water fountain thing, folks, I want you to remember this. When anti-whites come to you and they complain, they're like, remember, blacks had to drink from separate water fountains. Just go ahead and say to them, yeah, we made them water fountains. They didn't make themselves water fountains. We made them water fountains in the buildings that we built. You're welcome, bitches.
To be helping minorities are the ones harming them the most. By denying
Oh,
them
there
school
you go.
choice, you are knowingly harming those children. There's no doubt. I mean, she admitted I come back to is the son
This
to a
is what he comes
segregation
back
cat.
to.
Like,
You're
are you demanding a
harming the
separate water
blacks.
fountain too? Like, you would seemingly be pro-segregation. It's a disgusting comment. And the problem I come back to is the people who claim to be helping minorities are the ones harming them the most.
Oh, that's how many years? This is so repulsive. Why are there white people? This is the problem, is that there are so many millions of our brothers and sisters that continue to look to this imbecilic behavior for guidance. This is why we lose. This is why year after year, everything is worse, exponentially worse, because they look to people like this. They hire people like these institutions, hire people like this. They put these people in front of you. And then our brothers and sisters out there, by the millions, follow the advice of people like this. What are you going to hear now? When I was back in the day, and I don't currently work blue collar, but back in the day, both white and blue collar jobs, you go to work, and what do you have? The grizzled white guy. And this is the exact opposite of the anti-white narrative. In the anti-white narrative, the construction site, all the white guys, they get together and they're just like, we're just gonna kill them all, right? And they're like, yeah, we're gonna kill them all. No, folks, I'm gonna tell you what the truth is. You go to your blue collar job and you hope the guy swinging a hammer or whatever it is, working the compass, whatever he's doing, you hope he'll listen to reason. And then you get there and he repeats this. You know, the problem is that, and the guy's like all grizzled and he's covered in like tats. And he's got the hard hat pulled down low, all wrinkled up from years in the sun and exposure to chemicals and everything. And he's like, the problem is they're harming the minorities when they say they want to protect the minorities. They're hypocrites. Really? I just want to take the hammer and enlighten them. It'll look like a big flash of light at first, and then it's a lot of darkness. And then you wake up later and everything is like, how long has you been out? But it'll look like you'll be enlightening them that first moment. It's a big flash of light. I know, been hitting the head a lot.
By denying them school choice, you are knowingly harming those children. There's no doubt. I mean, she admits that they'll be harmed by staying in public schools. So this is almost like, I hate to do this, but it happens to me a lot on the radio.
Oh my God. And they hire him on the radio. This guy's getting paid six figures. This guy to be a content creator, to be a thought leader for our brothers and sisters. And I got to fight through not only the anti-white censorship, but white sympathetic censorship out there to prevent people from hearing what works. We celebrate 30 minutes, victory after victory after victory, planning and I got to fight through all the censorship. And this guy hired six figures. He's on TV and on the radio. Give me a break. Give me an absolute break.
This is the one issue that drives me crazy because it's a fraud. They go, the people on the right,
they are fraud. You know where he's going to go now. How many times you got to see this? Let me just puppet his little ass on out there. We're going to puppet his little white ass out there on stage. And he doesn't, no balls on him. No balls on him. He's obviously out of shape as well. We're going to go puppet his little white ass out there on stage. And he's going to go, the problem is, with his little voice, obviously gelded, with his little voice. Yeah, let me tell you about the problem. He's supposed to be this comedian. He comes on. He never has anything of that's funny. I never heard this guy say anything that is the least bit funny. But he's the comedian. He's going to add the color commentary. These are the thinkers over here. Can you believe it? This one too in the dark blue. Can you believe it? She's one of the thinkers. She's a thinker, all right.
On school choice, hate the black children. But the black children are suffering in public schools by being denied.
What is this? Is this guy white? Am I getting it wrong? Is he actually Jewish?
School choice. So it's projection. And I hate racial projection.
No.
Fraud. They go, the people on the right that want school choice hate the black children. But the black children are suffering in public schools by being denied school choice. So it's projection. And
okay. So he hates the projection. Why don't you hate the white kids, hate that white kids are being victimized? Why don't you hate that, buddy? Why don't you find a problem with that? Well, they're not actually standing up for the blacks like we will. What about the white kids there? The what? I'm sorry. No, everybody. We just talk about everybody. We talk about blacks, the Jews, the Arabs, the Hispanics, the Asians, the Eskimos, the unnames because we don't know. And we talk about everybody. Yeah. What about white people? I said everybody.
I hate racial projection.
I mean, you just said exactly what my point was, that you're like, how does she think she was going to get away with it?
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing with Gavin Newsom and Nancy Pelosi. It's truly rules for thee, but not for me.
Yes.
So she doesn't think it's a problem. She's okay holding down everyone else.
So he was a cab driver. Mestizo Carv says he was a cab driver. He definitely should have stayed a cab driver. That's it. Honorable job, but delivering opinions for the masses, 6-figure salary. I don't think so. I scrape. And these are the big thinkers that are gonna protect us. Look at America. We've printed in the United States, not we, but in the United States, I think it's been like 75% of all the money that has ever been printed is conservatively has been in the last few years. Things are going good. The white race totally getting white erased in every aspect of our civilization. Yeah, white people keep showing up for the cuck conservative content creators. Keep showing up for them. Keep knowing what they're really thinking.
Because she's harming students. That's the point.
No, she's harming students. You know, the reality is, I've said it before, if they were to put me in charge of a school in DC where there aren't even white kids, the black kids that would make it through there, because it's all black, they would be able to go out into the world and succeed. That's all there is to it. Why? Because I would bring back Western civilization, and they would again obey Western civilization. The problem is that Western civilization is being white erased from Chicago by anti-whites. That's the problem. You get rid of our standards. They're not everybody's standards. You see, we had standards, Cucks out there. We had standards. They're our standards. They're not the fairy of generalities standards that just Tinkerbell flies around. They're not the cosmos's standards. They're Western kind standards, you mother. They're our standards. So we stand up for ourselves and say we had our standards in Chicago, and things functioned like Western civilization should. The problem in Chicago then is that the standards of the West have been white erased, and we're going to bring them back forcefully. Like checking your prostate, we're bringing these babies back. That's how hardcore we're bringing back our standards. Not everybody's standards, our standards. And anybody else who wants to say, yes, I like those standards, I'm going to participate. They can jump on board with us. We don't care about their race. We don't care about their religion. Come on, jump on with us. Be a part of our standards. Say enough is enough. We're going to have Western kind standards again in the United States. That's what this panel should be talking about, so that all the masses of people, it's not these abstractions that people can't understand, that people are all clouded about where they actually come from. And you know, if it were put to this guy here, whatever his name is, Jimmy or whatever, if it were put to Cabby Boy here, he would be trying to tell us that they were just general global standards about right and wrong and norms and etc. They're just the general standards of the world. And those are the standards. Piss off. He would do that because he doesn't want to give us credit. He would do that because he doesn't want to say anything nice about white people, because in the anti-white narrative, it is immoral to do so. That should tell you everything you want to know, white people out there. I'm going to say somebody out there is filthy rich, who's hearing my voice and who's seeing me, and they're saying, God damn, he's handsome. God damn, he's got fire in his belly. God damn, he's a firebrand. He looks good. He's robust. He's been in fights. He succeeds. You got champions like Biospirit of the West, leading the team, finding another gear, reaching out into the world with successes unachieved before, who are financially gifting $1,000. Something must be right about this. I'm going to investigate it. I'm going to tell you what, you better start investigating. I'm not going to show up at your palace and come there with like hat in hand and be like, hello, sir, whatever. That's not what I'm all about. You want to be a part of the revolution of thought that recaptures our destiny? Then get the on board. We're tired of normal working class folks having to pay for the only real change in the world.
Very quickly, she's playing some defense, but Aisha, you were saying that in Nebraska, for example, some of these unions are on offense.
So this is why I always say, like, pay attention to your local news and really like study up on what's going on in your district, and just know what you're walking into when you walk into the ballot box and when you start to make those choices. Because yes, in Nebraska,
there's no hope to change things with voting. Follow me on nowhiteguilt.org on this channel, and I'll be bringing back Jason Goes Political, and I will tell you exactly what we can do voting wise. There's no hope to change the situation at the school, at the level, at the government level, nothing with voting. Forget about it. Forget about it. You are in the soup of anti-whitism. It is all around us, like water to deep sea fish. You don't even know the difference. That's why you can't see it, but we can. So follow me, follow Team White Wellbeing, and you will see how we can recapture our destiny.
Teachers Union got together and said, we're going to fight back, and got enough signatures to basically be able to put on the ballot next year a repeal of the law that allows some of this money to go into school choice. They feel like it's being taken away from public schools. So they're fighting back. So it's not just parents out there that are saying, okay, we're going to get.
Okay. And then you have Youngkin in Virginia that goes and gets elected in Virginia, of course, won't say anything about the rampant anti-whitism. There's nothing more prevalent, no victimization, more prevalent than anti-whitism, victimizing white people, victimizing white children. He comes out and says, I'm going to give the choice back to parents just so little Tommy can't go to school and say he's Tina or whatever. And so Virginia votes this guy into office. And he says, okay, we're not going to have that. Except counties in Northern Virginia here are just saying, piss off. We're not going to do it. We're not going to do it. So conservatives are going to turn right around and say, well, what can you do? What can you do? Aunt B, where are you? What can we do? Nothing. You're going to give up again. And you're going to lose more ground again. You've got to address the anti-whitism in the room. You've got to address the bloated, fetid, decaying corpse of anti-whitism that's in the room, that is destroying everything in the West.
Involved, and we're going to take the responsibility back of what happens to our kids. Teachers are also getting involved too. So just be aware of what's happening before you head into.
I wish Fox News, Fox Cucks, would just get rid of all the white people. Just get rid of them. Come on, Fox. Just get rid of all the white people. Please. Can we get some kind of a movement to get rid of all the white people at Fox going? Can we get some kind of a petition going to get rid of all the white people? I mean, let's let Fox's talking heads be non-white and it's of some variety, doesn't matter. Males and females, no white people, not even the homosexual white guys, not even them anymore, not even them, no white guys, not even the handicap. If the Jimmy guy is white, not even the guy who left his balls with his mother, not even him. That'll make things maybe a little bit clearer for the white population.
Yeah, so teachers unions against parents, battle in Nebraska, pay attention, Nebraska voters. Speaking of education, coming tomorrow on Fox News Sunday, our own Shannon Bream.
Okay, shut up. Enough of that. Had enough of their nonsense. Let's take a quick look at the great work that we are doing, and then we'll continue to move with the news that we have here, and hopefully it will be visible. Oh, you know what I got to do? Probably not there. It will be visible now. If you all have any comments, questions, or concerns, you can financially gift at the aforementioned locations. You can also tag me as No White Guilt
Yeah, you guys are going crazy. Big Mike's thingy was swinging on live TV on Ellen. The call. What you guys got today? Will President Trump talk about publicly the anti-whitism in our country? Thank you in advance, sir, for reading my question. Just the missus.
Okay. Did you hear that? Is that all right for sound? Is it too loud, too quiet, in between? What do you want? Southern Bloom is here. Great to see you, dear sister. Mad Murray, Franklinator, the Doberman is here. Caleb, great to see you, brother. Samuski is here. Buscape is here. Finger Fretta is here. Cody is here. Did you hear this? This is the son of President Donald Trump. This is the son. We have Franklinator. We have others. We have just the missus over there communicating with this guy intelligently. The only way, all of this, the only way it can be done with love, hope, and redemption in our hearts to better the United States, to better all the countries of the West, for everyone of every race and religion that lives in the West, by getting the concepts into the mouths of people with power, of people with money, of people with audience, of people with intelligence. We just have him say here, anti-whitism, perfectly couched in the midst, right in the middle of a comment, just like I say, just like I have been doing for years and years, scientifically tested this, so that you deliver it in a way. Go back to those construction workers I was talking about. Deliver it in a way so that it is taken for granted. This is known. This is obvious. This is not like, no, nobody out there say Europhobia. Nobody out there say I know some people out there, this is stupid. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. We're out of time. We're out of time. I got to be real. I got to be hard. It doesn't work. So if you use something that doesn't work, then that's stupid. All right. And if you're just learning about it, you're not stupid, but that tactic is stupid. Europhobia doesn't work. I tried it many years ago, and logically, it seems like it won't work. And then when you go apply it in the real world, it doesn't work. People actually confuse Europhobia, and we're not even going to get into all of the other problems with it, which, for one thing, when you take this like Euro and then phobia, you put it on the end there, and it just looks like this sort of a baby, like you're saying the White Lives Matter thing. That's why that doesn't work. It just looks like you're being a baby in a classroom to your brothers and sisters out there. We can't have it. But people actually think, I've had people actually think that it's a medical condition that has something to do with fear of your own urine. So no, do not use that. Anti-whitism. It is a single concept. There's no hyphen in it. And you saw the brightest minds. Nobody has ever accused the Jewish community of being dummies, right? Sometimes people will accuse them of having an above average IQ. But even if they're average, they gathered their best and their brightest decades after Jason did this and said, we're going to remove the hyphens in anti-Semitic and anti-Semitism, because then we have a single concept instead of an anti-concept, and a single concept we control the definition of. And there is, I don't even have time to go into it, psychological warfare ramifications of how it works in the human mind. If that's not your field, it is mine. So if you're confused by it, then just treat it like the confusion you have when the neurologist is talking about operating on your mother's brain, or when the mechanic is talking about having to replace the catalytic converter on your car. Whatever it might be, something you don't know, just say, okay, I don't understand it, so I'm just going to turn it over to somebody who does. Stop giving Jason your opinion. Turn it over to Team White Wellbeing. So I was out there testing this anti-whitism and testing the dialectic of how to deliver it. You know what I didn't do? You know what Just the Misses did here, and you know what so many others on Team White Wellbeing are just masters. They're masters of, and you need to appreciate, is doing this. The dialectic of delivering something that can be, the definition of which can be deduced from the verbiage there by the average person with the average midwittery intellect, delivering it in such a way as that it is a foregone, it is fait accompli. It is already so. And now your option is just to catch up with what's going on. I did this a long time ago. I figured out how it worked. All of these wonderful people that were to various degrees thinking the same things, they've come here, they've ended up composing Team White Wellbeing, and we have this epic leader, biospirit of the West, and people have come in, and now they're going out in the world, and they're saying, well, they're going to be addressing this anti-whiteism. Did not start off by saying, there's this thing called anti-whiteism, and what this word means is, and then like writing it in the weirdest way possible so that it looks like, you know, some junior high school kid wrote it on the back or on the front of their notebook. Just crazy. I don't get it. But introducing it like this is how, by the way, we've introduced it to big content creators out there. This is how they've, because since you can't just come out like, I'm not some one-hit wonder singer where I can just introduce a thing and nobody can disagree with it because it's my thing. And since we don't have millions of followers, and since we don't have millions of dollars, we can't, and media empires, somebody had to think of a way to introduce things without all that shit. And nobody could think of a way until this guy did it. Until this guy did it. And if you don't like it, if you get jealous about it, oh well, suck it up. Get over it and get on board with what's working. And so then you have these wonderful people, in this specific case, just the missus show up. What are you going to do about the anti-whiteism? To the son of the president and the president to be. And then he talks about it. He's seeing it show up, bubbling up in his chat. Well, what does that mean to him? How does he see the world as a consequence? He, in his position, he is really set apart in wealth, in fame, etc. He's set apart. He's kind of cloistered. He's kind of segregated. He has feelers out there. If you're not thinking about how this human communication works, like I am, like Team White Wellbeing, then you don't get it. You're just like, all of these things don't, there's like these various points and they don't make sense. I get it. You don't understand the social quantum physics, so get the f*** out. Or you just follow along, you use the formulas we create, you understand the social world just like mathematics understands the physical world and universe, and you succeed. And what does he say?
Listen, I think we talk about it every day. It's sort of, it's a fact. You see that,
I think we talk about it every day. Delivered as it's taken for granted, and then responded to as it's taken for granted. You're welcome.
I keep hearing about, how white men are the most privileged people, straight white men. It's like,
and make no mistake, look what he's saying right here. Donald Trump Jr., white men, straight white men. This guy has got a set on him. I mean, this guy's got a set. No shit. I'm surprised he's able to walk around with that set hanging off of him. He probably has to wear a hoodie upside down to carry them. This guy's got balls. He's got, you've got the Jimmy guy driving the cab, no balls. And then you got this guy here, Don Jr., with massive balls to say what is obvious in the world. So make no mistake that he had to have courage to join in that fait accompli. It's an obvious thing. Everybody's talking about it now. It's called anti-whiteism. See it all over the world. God bless this guy. You know who else he's going to say it to? You know who this is going to be mentioned in front of? Oh, not at one like little lunch or dinner where you are introduced as a helper to some has-been tantrum throwing rapper, black nationalist who has sex with white women. No, not one sort of interaction like that, where you're just like one of those little nerdy helpers, She's with the glasses, like, I'm just here to keep the books and to monitor everything. Not that, no. This guy is his son. He's going to be repeating this again and again and again in the limo, in the big meal, the family meeting, on the phone with Pops, right? And where is it going to have meaning? Maybe the guy you named your own name? Maybe that guy. You're talking about a massive love. Maybe that guy. Do you all really sense everybody who's been communicating with this champion here, Donald Trump Jr., do you all appreciate how Brobdingnagian, how Leviathan that is?
Really? Like, they have like the highest suicide rate. They're, you know, I know people. I know people in corporate recruiting, big companies, that are being told by people at big corporate America. I can't, unfortunately, you know, out these people. They still have jobs. They got to feed their families, but they're literally like, yeah, we get directives like, we're looking for a CFO, like no white people. I was like, or, you know.
No whites, no, but specifically no white males. Might take a white female, talk about a stand-up guy. So now you know what's going to happen. Since we have all the receipts, now all these do-nothings are going to be out there saying, he's always been like that. Well, why? He's always been saying anti-whiteism. Don't you know? Really? Really? Has he always been talking about anti-whites and anti-whiteism? Little bitches. Little bitches. And if you're in the audience, of these people and you don't want to be the little bitch of a little bitch, then you're going to have to come over here and start going free. That's all. I mean, that's magnificent. That is truly Herculean. Let's keep rolling. I'm going to take a look at what you all are saying. I'm going to get into our next news item, which is a Proud Boy leader. And talk about leader. Why do white people, part of this is why do white people follow these non-leaders, these unleaders, these misleaders? Why are white people always taken in by these losers? Let me go ahead and pull up this Enrique item. Talk about I don't know if that will show me. Maybe I don't think it'll show me over here either. Talk about white people. I mean, we have so many problems. Our race has so many problems that we have to address. So many warts of our own. So many life-threatening injuries, blood dripping from our body that we need to address. And you got these people out there that want to say negative things about non-white people? What a joke. What a joke. Let me go ahead and pull up that item. It's amazing the work that we're doing. The whole world needs to know this. The whole world needs to know about how we are turning this around for the good of everybody. And that's the astonishing thing that most white people, they can't get. They're like, well, if you care about white people, just because they're inside the anti-white narrative, they just adopt it. They're like, oh, well, you're going to care about white people? Okay, so then that means you want to be a fascist, right? You want to get rid of all you want to hurt my non-white neighbors that I love. It's that. Or it's, well, let's just get rid of the white people and we'll have the abstractions that'll be left that all my non-white friends that I love will be able to perpetuate. No. You know those two formulas? Neither of them have ever worked. It has always been the case that the only way to defeat the psychological warfare known as anti-whiteism is to base it on saying an end to the victimization of white people based on our birth, and for good non-white people to join us in that argument. It's always been that way. That we oppose the victimization of our people on the basis of our birth, and good non-white people join us in that argument against the anti-whites. Anti-whites of all races, non-white and white. This has always been the only way that we could push back against this psychological warfare. Let me see what you all are saying. Look at this guy. Look at the face of this guy. Enrique Tarrio. Look at the face of that guy. Where is it? Let me close this. It's right here. Put it over here. Look at this Enrique Tarrio. Could you imagine being a white guy and wanting to resist the victimization of Western kind, of the destruction of America? I mean, let's even at like a midget wit level. The white guys who were objecting to what's going on, that are in the Proud Boys or were in the Proud Boys, and now they're more like just like prison chattel for the rest of their lives. They are objecting to the destruction of America. Who built America? Where does America's a Western country? Where did that come from? And I guess it's more poignant to say, where does it come from? Because it's got to be recreated every day by West men, white people. Other people, we've welcomed other people from around the world to live here with us and to take up our norms and mores as their own, but they only come from us. That's where it originates. And all these white guys decided they were going to follow this guy, Enrique Tarrio. Look at the face of this guy. I liked it better when he was Kirk Lazarus in Tropic Thunder. I liked him better when he was Kirk Lazarus in Tropic Thunder. If you've never seen that comedy movie, I saw bits and pieces of it. But that's the kind of guy that these people decided to follow. And in part because they thought they were going to have some insulation against the worst of anti-whiteism. Well, we got a non-white leader. How can we be racist? And these Proud Boys, they went out of their way to make sure that nothing white positive, that no concern for the victimization of white people could be allowed in the organization. They went out of their way. They had this fervid immune system for any comment. But we'll get into it because this is your leader, Cucks. This is your great cuck leader. Franklin says he wears sunglasses to hide his lazy eye. You know, Franklin, I'm going to go ahead and bet that he's probably pretty lazy all over. But that's just me guessing. I mean, I don't know, right? Let's make sure we share that we are live and alive and making a difference in the world, changing the world for the better. And we're going to take a look at your financial gifts here. I'm going to scroll through really quickly. Drew is here. The great ForNull is with us. Klomp is here. First, last. The only way to win the macro is to use something that wins in the micro. Yes, absolutely. Yep, we've actually, I don't know if you're referencing those discussions from in the past, but absolutely. If you can't win in that one-on-one, that's why we say that the battle for Western civilization is at the lathe, at the water cooler, at the dinner table. You have to be able to win there, because if you can't win there, you can't win at the macro level. If you can win there, then it's ipso facto you win at the macro level. These other people who are just not as smart, not as intelligent, the IQ is not as high. It's the way it is. Nature. Have you seen the brain in a frame? What they want to try to do is they think that they're going to gain control of those instruments of force somehow. They're going to overpower the instruments of force to gain control of the instruments of force and then force everybody to behave a certain way. Do you know what happened, you idiots? You know what happened? Well, I mean, I guess I shouldn't call you idiots. You just don't have the processing power that I do. But do you know what happened across Western civilization as anti-whiteism was having victory after victory, just like today? Just like today, Still happens. And you know what? It'll be next year and the next year. For certain, these things will still be happening. Is that white people tried to buy time and they tried to push back against the anti-white moral imperative by passing laws. Yeah, that'll do it. By saying there'll be punishments. Yeah, that'll do it. Except no, it didn't work. So why are you still endorsing that? Oh, I forgot. Because you're following idiots. You're listening to idiot content creators and leaders, doom documenters, doom dissectors, and doom divinators. That's what you do with your time. And then you decide you're going to come up and you're going to tell Team White Wellbeing what's got to be done. I'm going to get the financial gifts in here just a moment. I complain about on my Twitter that there are anti-whites that are encouraging biological white erasure in Poland. And these advertisements are going out. And instead of addressing our victimization, you have these witless imbeciles, Jacebergs, showing up, and they think they're being wise. They're like, I wonder what Jewish person made that advertisement. Oh, that's so funny. That's so funny. You're such an ignorant POS that you don't realize how anti-white you are. The problem is not the way somebody is born. You're going to have to learn some morality if you're ever going to talk to the white masses. You're going to have to, that's why you're so out of step. The problem is not the way they're born. The problem is the way they act. And in case you're too stupid to understand, and that's why, folks, that's why you can see, and I've seen for so many years, that there's a different objective for these people. They just want to hurt non-white people. We want to stop the victimization of white people. We want to stop the harm of white people. These people just want to harm non-white people. The evidence is when I've had these arguments and I've said, okay, well, let's just take, we'll just take as a postulation your position that these people are all born a specific way and they can't be anything but anti-white. Guess what happens if you object to anti-whiteism then? And they say, well, that's still not enough. What do you mean? Oh my God. Foxtrot is here. Just for Fun is here. Cool. Papa J Magic. Jay Bishop is in the house. Promethean Kitchen is here. I think the reason our people tend to follow people like that is because most of our people are followers and they don't really want to actually be forced to do anything. Yeah, that's true. I mean, they would rather just follow. They would rather just show up. Maybe a bunch of them are, not really interested. The majority are not really interested in getting into live chats and going out in the IRL and spreading the lexicon. So true. But they can be here and watch for their own benefit. They can decide that the leaders of Team White Wellbeing are their legitimate elite, that we are the legitimate elite of the white race. All of these others are just fronters. They're just presenters. They're just pretending to be leaders of the white race. And then you have look at these guys behind. Look, you got this guy. You got this guy on the right side of the picture screaming, and you got this guy with a mask on his face. Then you got the one with the beard. He's tough. He's back home talking about how tough he is. You got another one over here. He's shouting and everything. These white guys should be here listening and learning about the Go Free method. Them and the thousands of others should be here. You know where they would be if they were here listening and learning about the lexical and dialectical power of Go Free. They would have been taking their minds and identities back from the anti-whites. They would have been accessing their true physical, mental, spiritual potential as men of the West. They would be transforming their relationships with their family, with their wives, with their children, with their mothers and fathers. They would be, in many cases, taking back those relationships. They would be at work, at the lathe, at the water cooler, in the boardroom, in the firehouse, in the barracks, police and military. And they would be spreading the same collection of ideas that recapture our destiny by undermining the psychological warfare that's waged against us. And you know where they definitely wouldn't be as well? Prison. Because a great many of them went to jail. In fact, a great many of them went to jail for Kirk Lazarus here. I need to get a picture of Kirk Lazarus up. He was better. This guy was better as Kirk Lazarus. It would have been better for these people to follow that fictional character because that's what this guy, that's all he was was a fictional character for white people to follow. So true. Promethean Kitchen. I'm fired up today. Cindy Ben is here. Great to see you. Private Life. The book No White Guilt reads MPs is in our subconscious mind, causes us to make bad choices, and we do not understand it, I think. That's right. Private Life. All of these ideas they're given to us by anti-whites over the course of our lives are meme pathogens. They're harmful concepts. They're anti-white-isms. They harm us. They're intended to harm us. And by looking through those lenses, we can never understand the world in a way that empowers us, that frees us from those chains. So that's what the Go Free practice is all about, freeing you from those chains so that, a la first last, on the micro, you win, so that on the macro, we win. I'm shouting in Northern Virginia, outside of Mordor on the Potomac, where Corpse in Chief is contemplating, and maybe I'll tell you what he could do to actually win, ladies and gentlemen. I know what it is. Maybe I'll save what he could actually do to win his next election. Don't want to tell the Democrats too soon. But that's what we do here. That's how we revolutionize our minds, our spirits, our bodies. That's how we are able to transform our relationships. Who else? Simon JJ is here. Great to see you. Your show, No White Guilt, needs to go viral. Yeah, it does, man. New Crofter. How can we make it go viral? How can we make it reach more people? I mean, it's absurd that content creators out there could look at me and think that, oh, he's not going to be entertaining enough. He's not intelligent enough. Or he doesn't have enough to say, or he might not interview well, or might not talk, might not have enough verbiage, and it'll be long pauses of silence or anything like that. No, what's happening is these content creators are looking and they're saying, how big is his audience? Should I have him on? You know what's going to end up happening? Good people like Elijah Schaefer, other content creators out there, they will give credit to victories that are ours to content creators that have bigger audiences, because those bigger audiences will benefit them. So find a way to short circuit that somehow, because that's what it's all about. Get a bigger audience here. I don't know. Get to these content creators somehow. I don't know. But it's got to be short circuited. Ivan the Horrible is here. Great to see you. Richard is here. Melody Dawn, great to see you here. Strolling through, the great Brand Danger is here. Fit and healthy at any age is here with us. Southern Bloom, wonderful to see you. Who else is with us today? First Lad says he's on board with No White Guilt. Amen. What a glorious Cockatoo. Cockatoo was with us. And she's having a chat with Simon JJ. Great to see you, young lady. Winged Productions. Hello to you. James says he's in bed with No White Guilt. Well, you definitely could do worse, I promise you. Lady Anglo is with us. Jimmy is here. Mr. Monkeypox is with us. Crystal as well. Hello, sister. Lemrick Olrak. Hello and welcome. Doxastic. Pure is with us. Hello, hello. All right, let's get to some of these financial gifts, and we're going to keep rolling. We have the great Yiz the Unifier here, and we're going to get into this, Enrique, and what are some lessons to draw from this. It's not just the news that he went to prison for so many years. That's not it. If that's all you're taking away from it, you've been lied to. We have the great Yiz the Unifier, $5 financial gift. God bless you, sister. She said, had a great talk with Brant Danger today on my channel. Check it out. Her and or Brant will put the link to that video today. Please check it out. Thank you so much. Yiz the Unifier, $5 folk tie. Then we got Seamus over here as well. Financially gifting $10. The great Seamus, hero of the trenches of X. Right, he's when you show up in this world war that we're in for Western civilization and you step into the trenches and you're green and your knees are knocking. Seamus walks up and he's one of the grizzled veterans, scars that he has sewn together himself when he comes up to you. Follow what he has to say. Seamus, $10 financial gift. And with those 10, he says, for white well-being. God bless you, brother. And we have here the great full first last. Ladies and gentlemen, get out your raucous emojis. 007's crowns for his head, gems for his feet, 95s for his heart. The great first last. Financially gifting a testimonial of 4, he says, you are brilliant. 100, you are brilliant dollars. God bless you, brother. Thank you so much for the compliment. Thank you so much for the testimonial. 100, please. Let's give it up. Let's rock it loud. Let's shake the pillars of this Coliseum. $100 financial gift from First Last. God bless you, brother. And what a lovely comment that is. He says, you are brilliant. Thank you so very much, good sir. Swivel around. And let's see what we have to say. Looks like entropy is blank, but it is running. We're going to jump right into this news item. Tarrio, ex-Proud Boys leader, Enrique Tarrio. I mean, how sad is that? The leader of the white guys, Enrique Tarrio, gets 22 years in Patriots Day. I was having a communication with somebody who should know better and called it Jan 6. We call it Patriots Day. This is one of like the preeminent, are you in your story or you are in their story? What story are you in? If you're calling it Jan 6, you are in the anti-white narrative. You have to have discipline to be in our story. Those who are going to be team of white well-being. Now, others out there, they're going to dabble. They're going to come in and dabble. They'll pick up some of the key concepts or whatever it is. They're going to dabble. I get it. And then they're going to go back out into the world and then go back to using the verbiage given them by our victimizers. Okay. But for those of us who are dedicated, this is Patriots Day. And every January 6th, we celebrate Patriots Day. Do I have to explain? I don't have the time right now. Do I have to explain why and how all the different ways that it benefits us to call it Patriots Day versus Jan 6, something they put a definition on, something that as a consequence, people who are conservatives eventually will adopt that definition, and then we'll try to explain their slight deviation from that accepted definition? Washington, September 5, Reuters. A former leader of the right-wing Proud Boys group, Enrique Tarrio, was sentenced to 22 years in prison. And I'm going to be talking shortly, by the way, about New Mexico and the attack on our right to self-defense, as well as the mayor of New York, anti-white, just a year or so of taking in what he referred to as illegal aliens at one point, illegal immigrants, rather, he referred to them as. And all of a sudden, New York's going to collapse. It's kind of an interesting thing how people, when it's your money, when it's your neighborhood, they can be very virtuous. They can villainy signal their anti-whiteism to the heavens. They villainy signal it, oh, yes, we could take care of the world until you come to my neighborhood. Let me just read also for a second, in case some of you don't remember about in your great leader, your leader of the leader of white men, Enrique Tarrio. In case you don't remember, Proud Boys leader secretly cooperated with FBI and police. Chairman of the far-right nationalist group under increasing scrutiny for its role in the Patriots' Day, helped to convict more than a dozen. And I would guess, I've heard some estimates, but I would guess that it's several dozens that he participated in getting convicted. So, snitches, I understand that in prison they say snitches get stitches. What will happen to Enrique? Will white people bemoan what happens to him? Oh, you can't let it just because he's our great leader. As all that. And then they totter off. They totter off with their like baggy, dumpy pants because they have no muscles on their bodies. And they totter off in their just absolutely, their aesthetic. That is like the aesthetic of a left behind in a nuclear bunker, just released imbecile, grandchildren of imbeciles coming out of the nuke bunker saying there was no nuclear war, but we thought there was going to be a nuclear war. Aesthetic just is awful in every respect. These folks, they totter off to the conservative content creators that are what race? Now white males. Was sentenced to 22 years in prison, even after participating with the feds for his role in the Patriots' Day. He has the longest sentence so far. Now, I understand that people are out there complaining that he wasn't even there. Why complain about that? I don't give a shit how long they give this guy. He is the reason that dozens have gone to prison. So give him 100 years. Give him 500 years. I mean, why would you, for a moment, bemoan this guy getting 22 years in prison? Why does this matter for you? Tarrio had been convicted of seditious conspiracy, which, what did I specifically tell you all? Before Patriots' Day, I'd given many a stream on how in the past, and even on other person's stream that I was a co-host on, about how in the United States, when the anti-whites really feel threatened, when they feel like, okay, we want to send a message about the growing discontent about anti-whitism. Now, remember, don't let your midwittery get in the way here. It's not their vehicle or their message that anti-whites feel threatened by. It's the growing discontent with anti-white outcomes that the anti-whites feel threatened by, because they don't want somebody like me and Team White Wellbeing to come along and say, hey, this is anti-white. It's anti-whitism. So I told you all repeatedly that the United States used the charge of sedition on the white sympathetic sphere in the United States back in the 80s. And how many people listened? I don't know. I guess those are the people who didn't end up going to jail. So they broke out the books. They dusted them off. We'll just use this sedition charge again. And then how many folks, content creators, are coming back and saying, wow, you were right about the whole sedition thing? Zero, at least that are speaking up. Sought to stop Congress from certifying President Joe Biden's defeat of Trump in an election Trump falsely claimed, according to Reuters, was tainted by widespread fraud. I think the widespread fraud is a fact. The question, Reuters, I think that anybody has is that, was the fraud big enough to steal the election? Not whether or not there was fraud. But this, of course, is just an anti-white rag. That's all it is. So we talked a little bit about this when it came to Biggs. And so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. When it came to Joe Biggs and 17 years, whatever he got. We talked about talking tough then and about how it gets you nowhere. And we talked more importantly about this pervasive, and you will see it. This is not the last time you're going to see the talking tough and this unspoken, You have to learn to read between the lines. This unspoken belief, this premise in the minds of those who are objecting to our victimization, but not willing to call it anti-white or anti-whiteism, and willing to fight against anti-whites and anti-whiteism. This unspoken belief that there is still some God of fairness, still some court of fairness, still somebody that will sweep in and say, well, you really didn't do enough to warrant life in jail. You really didn't do enough to warrant a virtual execution. You really didn't do it, so we're going to let you go. And how do you know that that's a belief of theirs? Because when they get in trouble, that's the point they argue. All I did was shake the fence. All he did was shake the fence. Enrique wasn't even there. He wasn't even in DC when this happened. None of that matters. They're making appeals to a purely fictional God of fairness. Now, it doesn't exist in the West anymore. White people, good non-white people, open your eyes. We've been defeated. The United States doesn't exist anymore. You were not born in the United. You could be born like me in fact, not terribly far from where I live now. And it's not the United States. This is something with the name United States, but it's not what you and I think of as the United States. That's why you get this guy from, what country was it? Was it African? Was it an African dictator that made a video? And he was just like, I can't believe what's happening in America and what they're doing to Trump. He thinks America is the America of yore, the America where there would be this surge of people and law and order that will suddenly appear and make things right. And what's that mean? Make it American, make it Western, make it white. It ain't white anymore. Just like Chicago ain't white anymore. They've white erased it. They've gotten rid of us. They've gotten rid of our mores. They've gotten rid of our norms, our expectation for way the justice system is supposed to work. So everybody comes out now, and complaining about things is so un-Western. It is so un-white. It is so not white to endlessly complain. It's what bitches do. You bellyache all the time. What did George Patton do when he came? And these are a lot of these people who will cite like King Leonidas and General Patton. Those kind of people that will cite them, and then they'll make as their avatar some like warrior on some like rippling muscled warrior wielding like a two-handed axe in one hand on some beautiful horse. Those are the kind of people that will come out and say, we've got to be just like this. These are our icons, and we got to be just like this. But then what's the substance of their so-called activism? Bitching, complaining about non-white people. Oh, it's so awful. The non-white people do this, and the non-white people do that, and the non-white people, and the non-white, me. We need a mockingbird to just mock all you bitches when you start doing. We need an absolute mockingbird. When you start, shut up. I've heard enough. We've heard enough of your bitching. No man of the West bitches. King Leonidas, it's history. It's not fiction. They saw all of Persia coming. And he said, I'm taking my personal guard, and we're going to go stand in the gate at Thermopylae. And we will stop them for as long as they can be stopped. He did not complain. Maybe there was some bitches, and there weren't even many little complainers in Athens at the time. Maybe there were some that said, oh God, we should make a deal. Maybe we should befriend them because there's no way we can win. But not even there did they triumph. is because of all the dysgenics that we've suffered and all the poisonous food we're eating, and the fact that we put women in charge. We kept giving women more and more rights because we're white. We're like, oh, we don't like our daughters and our sisters and are being treated poorly, so we can give you some more rights. Oh, we'll give you some more. We'll give you some more. We'll give you some more. And then they finally got to a point where they're like, we're in charge now, and you'll get behind our skirt. Or you'll go to jail, you'll lose your children, your family will reject you because we have the social power now because you kept giving women power. No, King Leonidas said, insurmountable odds, I'm going to go stand with my guard. Every one of those guys, everyone knew they were going to die. Everyone knew that they were going to die. General Patton, he went into a prison. Everybody knows the story well. He wore his ivory-handled revolvers everywhere he went, because it was a badass thing to do. And he walked into this medic tent, and he found a guy, and he walks up and he said, son, what's wrong with you? I don't see anything wrong. He said, oh, I'm scared. I'm shell-shocked from this, from the fighting. And so Patton, according to the story, ganked his ass up out of bed and then pistol whipped him for it. White men, in fact, I'm going to tell a joke. I just thought of a joke. Next Sunday's joke is going to be a joke that I just thought of. White men do not bitch and gripe. When they are confronted with a challenge, they crush it. That's what white men do. That's what men of the West do. And that's what we do here. Sit around all day and complain. It's the most pathetic thing to sit around. Not only is it, I don't know, is it more immoral or more pathetic? It's like a close tie. When you take a whole race of people and you say that they're all bad because of the way they were born, that is infinitely immoral. But in our situation right now for white people, it is also infinitely pathetic. Just endlessly. And it's something you can't do anything about. That makes it even more pathetic. That makes it even just, you don't deserve to live pathetic. That's how pathetic it is. Maybe, you know what? Maybe the white race does need a eugenic program. And we'll begin by taking the complainers out of the gene pool. How does that sound? How does taking all the bitching, griping losers out of the gene pool? How does that sound? Drinking out of my personalized cup here. Take a look at that. I get fed up, as you all know. But imposing the sentence, the judge said, Mr. Tarrio was the ultimate leader of that conspiracy. Mr. Tarrio was the ultimate leader, the ultimate person who organized, who was motivated by revolutionary zeal. Now, since he wasn't even there, since he didn't order people to do whatever, all the complaining, be nice to him, anti-whites. He really didn't. What was it then? It was the tough talking, which no white guilt, Jason, because I care about you, told you never to do. And then all the losers out there said, oh, what's the phrase they come up? De-radicalizing. I want you to hunt down everybody that said that folks needed to be radicalized to talk tough. And then you see now they end up going to jail. And the folks that said that you got to be radicalized, you got to talk tough, you got to talk violent, those people, and that came and then criticized me, told people not to partake of what I have to share, my books, my content, etc., because I'm de-radicalizing, and I want you to beat them within an inch of their life, figuratively, of course. That's not a real command, but that's what needs to happen to those people. That's absolutely what needs to happen. You know what you need to do? You need to give them wedgies on video. Track these mothers down. Oh, Jason, the no white guilt guy, he's just a de-radicalizer. And everybody who followed me have improved their lives. They've regained relationships that were lost. They've brought the dialectics and lexical power to people that they would have never done, and they're free. They're not in prison. They didn't go to jail where horrible things are going to happen to them. Horrible. Just losing your freedom, that's the least of it. Trust me, that's the least of it. Horrible things are going to happen to them in prison. They're going to be completely different people as a consequence. So Jason's the de-radicalizer. I'll make this promise to you. If I ever come across any of the people that said I was a de-radicalizer, I will bring Franklin, and Franklin will videotape me picking them off the ground by their underwear up their ass until they scream uncle. And then I'll still hold them up off their ass for a little longer, off the ground. Maybe I'll pull so hard that we'll bring the underwear right off of them. The de-radicalizer. Jason's just trying to de-radicalize. It was during all this shit when people were saying that about me. Remember that? Don't watch him. He's de-radicalizing. Said the do nothing. And the the big problem is these content creators that will allow those people to still be active in their live chats. I'll say it right now. Anybody criticizing me should be banned from every live chat. Should be banned from every channel. Anybody criticizing white well-being should be banned from every channel. That's the only way to get the message across to feds, to anti-white operators, because the majority of these critics, they have nothing of value to say because they're just anti-whites. They're anti-whites posing as white sympathetics, showing up in live chats. Whatever you do, don't listen to the guy that has a community getting shit done. Banned. That's how it should be. I tell you, if by some quirk of fate I end up in power one day, all these content creators that didn't do banning and allowed that conversation, they're going to wish they did. They're going to wish they did. Because I don't forget, he was on a tier of his own, says assistant U.S. attorney. According to Tarrio, adding Tarrio was uniquely influential figure among the Proud Boys. And he was. Regrettably, he was a uniquely influential person to all of these white boys. And that's what they were. That's why I guess it's apropos that they were called Proud Boys. I hope they decide to be men and come and become part of Team WWB and do something of actual value in the world. Nothing but fucking losers. All right. I'm going to check over here and see what's happening there. And we're going to take a look at New Mexico and the evidence everywhere to see that the white race is pathetic, that the white race is totally pathetic, and that we need to be focusing on us instead is the fucking viewer count right now. You can't have how many viewers would Alexander the Great have? Probably 5. It would be like me and the top men from white well-being, and maybe actually some of the top women from white well-being. That would be it. That would be Alexander the Great's entire YouTube channel. Nobody would want to watch. King Leonidas, Charles Martel. Nope. It's just going to be the hierarchy here. We'd be the only ones showing up for real talk about what's going on in the world, for real solutions to things that are going on in the world. Everybody else is a goddamn Mattel toy playing bitch loser. Every single other one. Let's get it up for another hero that is coming through. 007's raucous emojis. Get this man some swords and shields if you do. If you can find the time, some gems for his feet. It's Simon JJ. If you've ever heard of a hero, you know it's Simon JJ. He writes this with his financial gift that we are going to celebrate because we are honorable people, and that's what the West does. These fiery streams stir up our resolve and always incentivize us to spread go free with increasing vigor. The streams stir up fear and much whimpering from the anti-whites. Great stream, Jason. He gives his testimonial and underlines it with 100 US dollars. That's a real man right there. That's a real man. That's a real man that can hear what's got to be said, can hear what's got to be heard. And he follows it up with, this is what it's all about. This is what's got to be said. And I'm going to give $100 testimonial along with that verbiage. God bless you, Simon JJ. Big salute to you, sir. Champion. How many other champions are over there? Where are the real men at? Where are the real women at? Why have I been doing this for decades? And there are so few. They're over at Fox, over at Fox Cucks, or they want to go listen to some of these cuck content creators. There are some good conservative content creators. Rest assured, there are some good people out there. But you know the majority are absolute cucks. And you can find the millions of our brothers and sisters over there lapping it up. They break out their sewing needles. They get out their tea or their coffee, whatever the libation might be. And they're like, oh, I'm just going to, their pinky in the air. That guy's too tough. Well, you know, I'm afraid that I'm the real deal. And so if you're finding me too tough, too unpalatable, then it means you are a fucking pussy. That's what it means. Sorry for my language. Over here on D Live, I don't think I missed anybody. God bless everybody putting frogs up. I got frog stickers. I got is that a Joker? Outer Rocks from the movie. He's laughing. He's having fun today's stream. Thank you so much. I got some more frogs. I got frogs with glasses and mustache. That's kind of like a porno frog, I guess, maybe. And what do you got? I got a dancing cow over here. The cow jumps over the moon. I love the little cow. What else do we got? I can't tell what this is. Is that like a He-Man? Or no, that's like a Kermit the Frog. We can get some stickers up there. Find your stickers you like from movies or whatever. Put them up. We have over here on Rumble a few people watching as well. You can turn on Rumble and you can go find little complainers with shit tons of views and nothing to say of value. Nothing whatsoever. In fact, I think I'm going to this week. I'm going to see how I can do this. Because I don't want the individual to be, I don't want it to be his voice or his visual to be, because I don't want that to prejudice you against what's being said. He makes the best argument for Jay Spurging out there, and I will burn it to the ground. I absolutely can burn it to the ground. I think I'm going to maybe do that on Tuesday. We'll see. Absolutely play it, burn it to the ground once and for all. I'm finished with this shit. I'm finished with it. Everybody falling into this trap again and again and again throughout all my years. God bless the folks who show up over there on Rumble. Yeah, please share on Rumble. Rumble's not going to share me like they're going to share others, oddly enough. They're going to share others, oddly enough. They're not going to share me. So great to see Ivan's over there. And JF, not the content creator, is over there. Let's go ahead and check out Odyssey. Big hello to everyone over there on Odyssey. And we have, keep those raucous emojis going, ladies and gentlemen. 07s. Have you been given the 07s properly? Have you been giving out the flags properly? The swashbuckling flag. Do you know what it means to swashbuckle? It means to go into the world, your family, your work, live chats, Don Trump Jr., wherever it is. It means to go out there and you take, like a swashbuckler, romantically idealistic. You swing in, maybe you ride in on that Arabian stallion or your horse of choice. Maybe it's an Eccleteki. Do you even know what that is? You ride in on that. I don't know. Maybe it's a Morgan horse. You love that quintessential American beast. And you ride in, right? And maybe you have, who knows, what do you have on your hip? MP5, What do you have? Malzberg, 12 gauge, over, under. What do you got? What are you packing? In a rose, of course, because you're swashbuckling and you bring to the world the love, hope, and redemption of white well-being. $25 financial gift over here on Odyssey. God bless you, champion. Hey, write yourself into your story. Stop the story of our people, where you are the hero, where every moment of your life is a heroic moment. People are watching you in your story. You keep this in mind. What's my life looking like? Is it looking like the life that somebody who's watching me on a silver screen is excited, is seeing the hero in action out in the world? Or is it boring? Is it piss-ass dumb? Am I being a coward? You are being bitched, being chumped by the other side, like the J-Spurgs, for example, and the glow Nazis, the me-nots. Or are you being a champion? $25 financial gift over here on Odyssey. God bless you. Writes Promethean hails to you, Jason, and to all our brothers and sisters going free. I am making mead, plum wine, and beer this year, and I am feeding 5 families. Feeding 5 families with say no corn, pork, and chicken meat and egg this year. So no soy. So no soy. You got corn, pork, chicken meat, eggs this year. 5 families. I will be starting a farmer's book club this winter with your books. Oh my God. That is totally awesome. Avalon over there on Odyssey, feeding 5 families. I'm going to tell you what. There are people out in this world right now thinking, we got to turn back. We got to turn back to the land. We got to start farming. And if that's all they do, they're going to be like all the other ones over the decades that I've known who did that. I've told you, I've went to their properties. I've gone to people's properties that are like, we're getting off the grid. And I go to their property and I'm like, you're on the grid. You get oil delivered. You have sewage removed. You have power that comes out here. If your power goes out, and they grow food. It's a wonderful thing. And they start eating. That's all good. They start getting back to like nature. They start getting to like natural remedies. All that stuff is good. But they make it all about this, I'm off the grid, rather than I'm going free. They make it all about I'm off the grid. And off the grid is a lie. You're never totally off the grid. It's a lie. Instead, you put your work into growing the food, like Avalon is doing, growing the food, getting back to nature, finding the natural remedies, and then you have the remedy for the mind and soul, the go-free practice. Then you are the king of that castle. Do you see the difference? Then you really do own that realm. Then you really are a change agent. If you are inside the anti-white narrative, it don't matter how many pumpkins and watermelon you grow, buddy. If you remain in their anti-white narrative, it doesn't matter how many vegetables you put in cans. It doesn't matter at all. Because you know what ends up happening, as I've seen happen so many times before? Your kids turn against you. It don't matter how many European rituals you teach them from the past. It doesn't matter how you tell them to celebrate our people. It doesn't matter that you teach them about some Celtic king and princess. It doesn't mean shit, because the world is psychological warfare that already beat all that shit. That stuff only has value when it is enveloped in the white, positive, moral imperative of going free. People need to learn this. And this guy right here, he's making it happen. God bless you, brother. $25 financial gift. We also have 5 library tokens over here. Avalon said he also trades tobacco and garlic. He says barter rules. That's awesome, man. Way to go. Fantastic. I'd rather go to a piece of property where somebody's setting up, they're building, they're setting up to feed families like this, multiple families like this. They're setting up, they're building, and the power lines are clearly coming in, and they recognize that they only have 5 or 15 days of fuel or whatever it is, they're like, oh yeah, we have to stay connected. And it's totally white well-being from top to finish. No amount of anti-whiteism is permitted. No meme pathogen is permitted. The kids come out and their kids say, hey, Mr. Kuna, I found a meme pathogen today when we went to town in the hardware store. And they get to tell me about that. That's the kind of family I want to run into. Not these faux pretenders. Not these faux pretenders who are like, well, things went bad. I'm going to buy a bunch of chickens, because we want to be able to live when society is dead. Really? Where do you get the feed from? You're playing. I get it. 5 library tokens over here from Who to Thunka. Thank you so much. Writes, you are right about psychological lexical warfare. You came up with a lexicon for the midget wittery. That is fait accompli for our well-being, where I would spend years trying to acquire the same lexicon by inventing words, being more verbose, etc. Academic peacock appeal. Very well stated. Thank you so much, good brother. And you know what really benefited me in the creation of the lexical dialectical power that we have that detonates anti-whiteism? A bunch of things came together for me. A bunch of things came together. I mean, for one thing, the spirit of the West has said, we need heroes right now. They are in desperate need. And so the spirit of the West has touched the wombs of mothers. And heroes have been born. And some of those heroes have come to white well-being. I'm one of them. And some of those heroes are yet to come. And some of those heroes will fall by the wayside. But that spirit of the West has stepped up and made sure that all things conspire for our success. But we need to do it. We need to live it. That's how supernatural power works, if you're not clear on that yet. If you're wondering, like, what happened with this old religion from Europe, or what happened with Christianity, what happened with these things? Why aren't the supernatural power responding? Maybe you're not talking to them in the right way. Well, actually, maybe you're not listening. Because when you go free, you learn to hear the voice. And that voice speaks from the spirit of the West. And then you know what to do. What do you get from all of these different? I mean, I go to these and not throwing any shade on any of the religions that white people practice, but I've gone to all of them. I think I've partaken, and I haven't seen anybody doing what I think needs to be done for the spirit of the West. And is anybody else here? Is anybody else walking on water? Is anybody else but us? Did anybody else repair your relationship with your father, with your mother, with your children? Did anybody else stop from themselves from committing suicide? Anybody else achieving that? Anybody else? I'm not hearing that happening anywhere else. So maybe it's time for people to start seeing that it's supernatural. Whether you want to believe that is a magic or just take it literally, natural, supernatural element to what we're doing. Maybe it's about time. Maybe it's about time. I can guarantee you this. If you go back to the religion you practice and you take the work that we're doing, things will be different for you. I know this already because people have already experienced it. We've had some really beautiful testimonials from very religious people who start going free and then find their connection to God is deepened. Their understanding is broadened. Why are you waiting? Why are so many religious people giving time to folks who use religion as just like a shield to try to protect them from ugly things that they do and say. I can't be held responsible because I'm this religion. Unbelievable. And then the giant donations that those people get because they're coming from religious folk who would normally give that to their church or to their Huff, whatever. I've said it before. I used to say it a little bit more often, that people lose faith in things, especially spirituality, because they don't see evidence. But believe it or not, far more people lose faith in something bigger and something magic because they do see evidence. It's crazy. Let's keep rolling because the world is ours. Let's go ahead and pull up this Eric Adams. I'll take a look at what y'all are saying too. Please tag me. And in the chats. So that is, all right. I have to walk through because it hasn't pulled it up yet. So I'm having a quick look. Here we go. Let's have a look at Eric Adams.
Full support. And let me tell you something.
Can y'all hear that? Is he too loud, too quiet? Do I need to change anything? We are rolling, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear what this mayor has to say. Now, this is Mayor Adams conceding New York City is done because of illegal immigration, writes this person on X, and warns New Yorkers illegals will flood all neighborhoods. So these are the different, I guess this is like the city council. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you, Melody Dawn, who is with us. Nat Quinn is here. Great to see you, Nat. By the way, I was on, and I'll talk about it a little bit later. In fact, I'll save it for a little bit later when we get to regular announcements. Let's continue with this Eric Adams. This is the mayor. And of course, New York being increasingly white erased. And so things are looking less and less Western, less and less white, to be redundant.
New Yorkers, never in my life have I had a problem that I did not see an ending to. I don't see an ending to this.
He's talking about the immigration to New York. Again, as I pointed out, we had these anti-whites across the United States. You've all experienced it in conversation with anti-whites. They want to villainy signal their adherence to the anti-white moral imperative. As long as they can do it with other people's neighborhoods, with other people's money. What's going to end up happening here in New York, I'll tell you.
I don't see an ending to this. This issue will destroy New York City. Destroy New York City. We're getting 10,000 migrants a month. One time we were just in Venezuela.
10,000. He said they were taking it. It was no problem. Now they're having to endure white erasure. Think about this. You have these, and many of them in New York, non-white neighborhoods that want to keep that what's left of the structure of Western civilization in place, because that's how they get to enjoy their projection of their instinct, their biospirit onto that environment in a stable Western way. They don't know. That's the problem with anti-whites. There are lots of problems, but one of the big problems is that they don't realize or they don't articulate they don't communicate that in order to continue to enjoy their projection, their cultural projection onto the world in a safe, stable, relatively safe, stable environment, they needed to remain somewhat Western. They need white people to continue to turn the gears. Actually, you know what? I was in an argument, I just remembered, years ago, where an anti-white, it was a black guy, revealed that and he was just nasty anti-white. And he actually revealed that, and he was bright though. He wasn't dumb at all. He said that they will need the white race to continue to make society function the way that it functions and to continue to provide white females. That's actually what this piece of shit said. Because he realized if white people aren't in the gears turning them, then they will turn differently. There's no cosmic measurement about what's better or worse. But you can ask yourself, and this guy had asked himself, would he like an environment where airplanes don't take off on time and they don't land on time and they can't seat you because of X, Y, or Z, and the planes fall out of the air and you have near misses everywhere and you can't get your bill rectified with your phone company and you can't, and all of these little elements of life that used to be able to work better than now, and every 6 months is tangibly worse because white people and white standards are being white erased. So you can ask if it, well, we consider it worse. Do they consider it worse? I don't know. Maybe it's fun to live in a place where you don't know whether or not your plane is going to crash, where you don't know whether or not it's ever going to take off. When you are always greeted by some belligerent cow on the phone or behind a podium somewhere, behind a desk somewhere, when you're trying to get something resolved. Maybe that's fun for them. For me, that's awful. That's not Western civilization. So take a look at this. I mean, did you know that you were going to live to see the day that non-white people, and we don't know in these neighborhoods in New York, for each and every one of them, some are going to be anti-white, probably a lot. Some are not going to be anti-white. There are probably some that are even white positive, maybe even a growing number that are white positive. And they're saying right now, I love that white guy, that fair-skinned white guy that's a badass down in Virginia. I love him. Let's make him the leader. They're probably saying that right now because they're looking out in their neighborhoods. And I'm asking you, did you ever think the day would come when non-white people would look out on their neighborhoods and be like, our neighborhood's getting destroyed? Little tip, it's actually been going on for a long time, because whenever you have a neighborhood that becomes predominantly one non-white group and then other non-white people move in, well, oh my God, I'm going to break this to the little white girls out there, especially the little teeny boppers, that they're also just they're anti-white. They love it. It's the fashionable thing to think that guy right there, he's ugly. He's ugly. I'm going to go out there and I'm going to find me some pretty guy to bang, and then another pretty guy to bang, and then another pretty guy to bang. And then when I'm finally 30, I'll decide to peer pair with somebody that I should have had years and years earlier. So I'm not going to listen to that fair featured guy. But here's a little hint, Cupcake. Every race of people projects onto the world what's inside of them. It's unique for every group. We know that because before mashing people together, it's an odd thing. Like everywhere white people were, they made the same Western civilization. Asian people made the same Asian civilization. Black people, the same black civilization. Slightly different hues, but very distinctly different from the other groups. It's interesting. It's very interesting. And when in America, I know you learned that the white race is evil, and that if we could just get rid of them, everything would be Shangri-La. Everything would be glorious and wonderful. Everybody would get along and we would sing Kumbaya. And then you see these scenarios where you got a black neighborhood and Hispanics start moving in, or a Hispanic neighborhood, blacks moves in, or black neighborhood and Asians move in, or Arabs move in on an Indian neighborhood, or whatever. And there's massive conflict. because they don't feel comfortable with each other's expression onto the world. My opinion, you can ask around and see what you find out. In fact, if you're one of those little white females out there and you're just so dedicated, you just really hate the white men in your world, I encourage you to take a trip to Bolivia. I encourage you to go hiking through their mountains. It's wonderful to see. I mean, it's almost like your head comes off your body. You can soar and see so much. Head on down there, Cupcake. Pun intended.
Now we get Ecuador. Now we get Russian speaking coming through Mexico.
Yeah, I don't believe that there's Russian speaking coming through Mexico. Did they get like 1, 2? Come on.
Now we get.
That's because the anti-whites have set up Russia as the big boogeyman. So this is evil. How does this guy explain? You got to kind of appreciate that Adams here, after do you remember this piece of anti-white shit called out that Jewish woman for being white and a slave trader? Give me a break. This guy is vile trash. And so now he's presented with, how do I complain about non-white people when, according to the anti-white narrative, they're all good and white people are all awful?
Western Africa.
Let me throw in some Russians.
Now we're getting people from all over the globe have made their minds up that they.
Except he just named all non-white places.
Going to come through the southern part of the border and come into New York City. And everyone is saying it's New York City's problem. Every community in this city is going to be impacted. We had a $12 billion deficit that we're going to have to cut. Every service in this city is going to be impacted. All of us. And so I say to you, as I turn it over to you, this is some of the most educated, some of the most knowledgeable, probably more of my commissioners and deputy commissioners and chiefs live in this community.
Go ahead.
How many of you were part of the movement to say, we're seeing what this mayor is trying to do and they're destroying New York City? It's going to come to your neighborhoods. All of us are going to be impacted by this.
Listen to what he's saying. When we could villainy signal with other people's neighborhoods and their money, this piece of shit, if there were any justice in the world, he would be defrocked. He would be torn from his position and tried for treason. He is admitting right there, tried for treason and then given the appropriate punishment for treason. They're going to come now for, it's not just Whitey's neighborhood anymore where the white women are getting raped. Like he sent those migrants up there to where Buffalo, and the woman got brutally raped in front of her toddler. She was probably white, but it's awful no matter what race she is. But these people, they don't care when it's white. Now it's, what about our neighborhoods? What about our pocketbook? Here's the firing squad, motherfucker. That's what's next. Taking you out of your position as mayor, trying you for treason. I guess we're going to have to resurrect some of the American dead, the actual greats, to carry out the law. Because you know it's not, this guy's going to continue to be applauded. And I'll tell you what's going to happen. None of that. He's not going to be tried for treason. Nah. He's not going to be given the appropriate punishment for a traitor who is willing to give your daughter over to gang rape because she's white, who's willing to destroy your family and neighborhood, who's willing to annihilate all the dreams of the area you grew up in. So all of those memories, you can never come back to them again because they don't exist in the real world anymore. No problem with that. No problem with taking away your employment and giving it away to some non-white person because you're white. No problem with running your prices up, your taxes up, your payments up on the property, on cars, on health insurance, on everything else, as you have to carry more and more of the load. He's got no problem with it as long as you're white. The moment that he and these non-whites in New York have something to pay for and neighborhoods that will suffer, he talks like this. Well, let me tell you something. They're not going to have to pay for any of that. You and I are going to have to pay for it. The white working class in America are going to have to pay for it. Just like we continue to pay across the country for these anti-white programs, for the things that are harming us. The federal government will come and pay for all this in various ways. If they have to sneak the money in there, they will. And then there'll be researchers who will find how they snuck the money in there, and they'll say, this is how they did it. But that is not what he's really worried about, is it? He needs all these non-white people to be taken off his hands. That's why this speech was given. That's why he's trying to rally people. That's why he's saying New York is going to die. Because even when the white working class of the United States has to come in and pay for all these people that we don't want in the goddamn country, okay? Not scared to say it. We don't want you. Go the home. We do not want you. Get out of our country. It is ours. That's another thing I'm not afraid to say. It is our country. Get out. It's not yours. So not only are we going to have to pay for them, but this guy wants an answer about where they're going to go. So we'll see. You can place your bets. They're not going to allow New York to start burning like Paris and other places across the West. They're not going to allow that. Not yet. Too many of the anti-white oligarchs live in New York. They're not going to suffer an environment like that. Not yet. So let's see. Let's see what ends up happening. It could be that these people end up moving further afield and just allowing these barrios and boroughs and et cetera to grow and spread, metastasize across that city. I'm not going to shed a fucking tear. Enough of this guy. Take a look at our final item here. New Mexico. And they're coming for your right to self-defense. So this is something the federal government has the right to do. And they've given them that right. All the way back when I was 11 years old, I said they will eventually outvote. And then what you say to me is they can never do that because it's illegal. They'll just vote for, and then it will be legal. But our a la the cucks out there, but my based non-white friend, you like democracy, you like everybody gets a vote. Your based non-white friend doesn't amount to shit. Well, I feel uncomfortable talking about my victimization when I've got a base non-white friend. Well, then you're going to die. Everything is going to end here in the United States for you. Because you feel uncomfortable. While crime gets worse, while gang activity gets worse, while our Western civilization is turned increasingly into the third world, into what countries look like where other peoples come from, where there is far more corruption, far more violence. Part of the reason why we don't move there. I mean, you have in many of these non-white countries, you have environments that are economically, I mean, you could live like an absolute king. As a, you could take what you've earned as a middle-class guy and go live in some of these non-white countries, money-wise, as an absolute king. The amount of home and property and et cetera is through the roof. Why don't you go? Well, it's not Western. That's a problem, right? And not being Western, it means at least one of the points of it not being Western is that it's really violent. It doesn't function like things function here. So you don't move there. But the there is being made here. They brought there here. And then these anti-white bastards want to take away your right to self-defense. You won't be allowed to defend yourself, according to these people. If they can, by hook or by crook, and you want to continue talking about guns and gun rights, you are like King Forrest Gump. You're like Gump's dumb brother. That's how dumb you are. New Mexico governor uses gun violence public health emergency declaration to suspend open and concealed carry in Albuquerque. So look at this anti-white bitch. Look at this anti-white, absolute veritable bitch. She's a goddamn gremlin. She looks like she's taken the biggest shit right there. And that's what she's doing. She is taking, pardon my French, she is defecating on Western civilization. She's finally pushing it out after being constipated with anti-whiteism for the last 45 of her, 73 years. How old is this bitch? How much of that androchrome or whatever that shit is called has this bitch been drinking? These anti-whites. New sports drink you can get at health food store. Look at her here. She's like screaming. So we can talk about a few things here, of course. Number one, female reasoning. There is none. For the vast majority, women of the West, like the women we have here, are capable of reason and logic. The vast majority of women and some smaller percentage of men are not capable of reason and logic. Instead, it's all emotions. It's all just emoting. And can you believe that you allow these people to decide who will be leader and who will be and who can be leader? That you allow this? Let's hear what this shrew, this harridan, this malefactor has to say. After an 11-year-old was shot and killed in Albuquerque on Wednesday, Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham declared a gun violence public health emergency. So she's freaking out about people losing their lives to firearms. Of course, even though far fewer are losing their lives to firearms, to other things that she can actually address but won't. So she's freaking out. And so what's the only thing that can be done? Yes, disarm law-abiding people. Because the people who are carrying firearms illegally to go murder folks with are going to obey her prohibition, her ban. So this is totally insane. She's probably transitioning from where she was in her reproductive health to that cold, dead thing that she's about to become. And so in the midst of all of this hot and cold and things draining that are unnatural for the creature to still live, she's like, I've got it. Let's disarm everybody who could defend themselves. That makes sense. Let's disarm everybody who could defend other people. Just what that would mean in practice wasn't immediately clear. Quote, today, I joined the family of an 11-year-old boy. Aside from ridiculing this shrew, this gremlin, this anti-white gremlin, apologies and prayers to the family who lost this child. There's nothing worse than a child, or a few things, I guess, could be worse than losing a child. And this something in a way that should not happen. And she goes on. And I'm on the loss. And here's another one. I'm a 5-year-old girl. So it's always emotion driven, no sanity. And then you have all these female voters that fall for that again and again, the anti-whites doing that. All these female voters fall for it again and again. Females of both sexes fall for it again and again and again. As a mother and grandmother, no shit, you great-great-grandmother, I continue to fathom the depth of these losses, and the effects will be felt for families, friends, and communities forever. I send my most sincere condolences to the loved ones of both of these children. The time for standard measures has passed. She's coming to disarm you, white man, and the good non-white people out there as well. She's coming to disarm you. She's coming to take your right of self-defense away. Decades I've been saying it this way. Decades I told the NRA to say it this way. They ignore me. Talk about gun rights. Almost like they want to set it up. Everybody wants to set it up for failure. They're coming for your right to self-defense. The people who are killing people with guns, but also the ones who are killing them with hammers and ice picks and brass knuckles and their bare fists. These killings, by the way, happening all the time at a greater number than killings with firearms. At least in my opinion, you'll have to look up the data for yourself. You'll have to check it out. Are happening all the time, but it's not reported by anti-whites because it doesn't serve the anti-white agenda. You see, when you take away the right to self-defense, and this is a perfect example, you victimize a massive group of white people. When you take away their right to self-defense, you victimize them in several ways. First of all, you take away a principle that white people enshrined in our founding document of this Western country that we wrote there when we created the United States. And that victimizes us. White erasing something so important to us. Of course, then we are victimized by having to be afraid in environments that we shouldn't have to fear because we don't have a way to defend ourselves. The tool of protection is taken away. So living with this incessant fear of being targeted because we're white, of being attacked because we're white by anti-whites who feel that they're getting back at the white race with any kind of crime you can imagine. They justify it. And then the actual attacks that we suffer. We're the target of the attack to get rid of the right to self-defense. The collateral damage are the good non-white people out there who also obey the law and participate in society. They pay taxes, and they have their right to self-defense taken away as well. It is not the abstraction that you defend. It is not the abstraction where you punch back at our victimizer. It is where they victimize us on the basis of our race, on the basis of white erasing what we've done in the world. The NRA would triple its membership overnight if they started doing that. But they won't. They're run by too many anti-white lights. Too many people that want to just put black males with white females in every fucking advertisement. You want to learn how to shoot? Well, then you obviously you go find yourself a black marksman. After what Americans experienced in terms of limits on their rights during similar emergency declarations during the pandemic, it wasn't unreasonable to expect the governor would use this new emergency declaration as a pretext for a power grab and to implement fresh restrictions. So there you have it. This is where the Cucks are going to go with this. You see it right there. It's all about a power grab by a Democrat. And it's an abridgment of civil rights. And whose civil rights are the most important? Well, non-white people's civil rights. So they're going to get harmed by this. And once again, the Democrats are the real Klansmen. This evening, Gresham did exactly that. Michelle did exactly that. We're not going to even honor her with her surname. Michelle. Is it Michelle? Yeah, Michelle. Exercising the new powers, she aggregated to herself the previous day by suspending the Second Amendment right to bear arms. See, it's all about just the guns in Albuquerque. Let's see if there's anything else there to add before we close this garbage. You can see how all of this fits together as this giant tapestry, and how we get harmed here, we get harmed there, we get harmed here. And all of that fits together with a single puzzle piece that is anti-whitism. And when you go after all these superfluous abstractional nonsense, you can never win. And the evidence, and winning is putting an end to that victimization. Winning is retaking ground that we lost. And you can see generations of it. Somebody is, what's this guy's name that's going to be coming to the U.S. soon? He's like a chief abstractionist, and he lost horribly this run for office. People were telling me, oh, he's going to win. It's going to be amazing. And then things will really change for the better. This abstractionist extraordinaire. And then he got killed in this run for office. And then he started dropping a few comments because we've got a bunch of people that are in his chat throwing the lexical dialectical power at him. And he started like putting some of that back. And it kind of seems, I mean, if he comes to the U.S. and is not going to come to if he comes to the U.S. and comes to D.C. and doesn't interview me, then he's a fraud. There's no way you're coming to D.C., Washington, D.C., United States, and not meet with me and not be a fraud. This is where I am. This is where this community, this is where every single Sunday I'm making this happen. So we'll see. We'll see if he decides to come and he answers the question of, well, the abstractions have always been losing. Waging the conflict at the abstraction is always lost. Always lost. And your appeal for why you should be making the abstractionist argument rather than defending on where they attack against the white race is that it's the right thing to do. By whose standard? By the standard of failure? We'll see. The unabashed contempt for constitutional rights. That's why not the anti-whitism that's necessary to suspend an enumerated civil right based solely on, eventually, you'll see in this lifetime, conservatives will, instead of like saying civil rights here, they'll just say things black people like. Things that black people make black people feel good. How dare you? Grisham's own say-so is breathtaking. Oh, it's breathtaking, is it? It's breathtaking. Or you get that other conservative, phatic, just useless saying, if this isn't breathtaking, then I don't know what is. You don't know what is. That's right. The governor's tyrannical, there's no other term for it, move will undoubtedly be challenged in the courts. Likely as soon as tomorrow. Well, you know what I would like a lot better? And then look at all these anti-white white women. Are they all white? She's probably not. Look at them all. And then you can see the guy standing with them. Look, he's got tits as big as they do. Absolutely. How is this in charge? Because I'm not leading the resistance. That's why. That's why we have to suffer this garbage. Obviously, what the Republicans should be doing right now is immediately drawing up impeachment, throwing her out of office immediately. And I would have different bills move forward, one right after the other. She's incompetent. She's insane. She breaks the law, one after the other. Anything. And then any Democrats in the state legislature that opposed me, I would pick as many as we had strength for to ruin. so that they would end up with fear of the mad dog. Oh, you remember Representative thus and such? He owned that restaurant until things went real bad. Can't be a cuck anymore. Those days are gone. So, how will you defend yourself and your family without the right to self-defense? She's not going to be the only one. And this is also a great example of how these things are not just like top-down, total orchestration. Everybody is just moving the pieces from on top. It's just this small little group of white men that are doing it to everybody. Or if you talk to the J-Spurgs, it's a small little group of Jews doing it to everybody. This is a great example of anti-whites who are all endeavoring, motivated by jealousy and envy of Western kind, as this woman is, all endeavoring in every way that they can see fit, with their intelligence or lack thereof, with their power or lack thereof, with their connections or lack thereof, with their wealth or lack thereof, to victimize Western kind. Obviously, this is not, if they wanted to, if there was some sort of a big rollout of something like this, it wouldn't start like this. But rest assured that if this become, if months later some other anti-white does it, or some other anti-white proposes or whatever, the idiots that are able to take the attention and money from this gullible white population out there that will just fall for anything. That's another one of our weaknesses, the supreme gullibility, this willingness to be duped as long as the story is good. They'll go ahead and they'll take all of these disparate things that had no interconnectivity, except for the fact that it's all being driven by anti-white people and anti-white ideology. And they'll come up and they'll say, the Trilateral Commission has organized it. And then all these white people say, do tell. Where did they meet? They met under a volcano. Yes, they flew space shuttles in under a volcano, and there were gray aliens there, and reptilians, you see? They're planning it, the Trilateral Commission. They've been planning it for 70,000 years now. Some reason haven't been able to take over the world yet. It's taken a long time. They're pretty inept, but they're genius. They're after you. I mean, come on. Why do people believe this shit? Seriously. You are a retardus if you believe that stuff. You are a total retardus. This is like one of those like infomercial public interest announcement. You are retardus if you believe these kinds of things. If you are occupying yourself with this, you are a retardus. Laser beams. It was laser beams and flying cars that Below 7 is real, don't you know? They have flying cars. They're coming for you. They probe you. You know, they always are probing. It's the volcano meeting is what it is. They're meeting in the volcano. Board Troll over there has gifted a lemon of cryptocurrency on D-Live. Thank you so much for that, Board Troll, as we are discussing the cave meeting under the volcano. And there are gray aliens, and Mr. Big is there. And he walks in. He's actually a different person. He's an actor. All these people, I swear, you know, who gives a shit if Biden is the same Biden or a different Biden? Who gives a shit? They're like all wrapped up. Look at a mole is different here. And like the person showing you the clip couldn't have altered it. No, they couldn't have altered it. None. They couldn't. Look, one ear is higher than the other. Who gives a shit? How does that help you? How does that help our people? And if you go out and you tell somebody that, they're never going to listen to anything else you have to say. I turn on these channels from time to time, rarer and rarer, and I'm looking and I'm like, how are there 60,000 people watching live, this guy and this girl talking about the aliens and the New World Order, and of course, just like I said and other smart people said, they're going to have to push back that Agenda 2020 thing because it's not going to happen. They're going to have to push that back quite a little bit. because it's another cult. It's another cult. It's the end is always near for the cults. But white people, the gullibility knows no bounds. You can go up to them. For so many white people, I promise you, this is one of the things that has really been discouraging to me over the years. You can go up to them and you can be like, look, I'm going to talk about something that's very real and is in your face. And here it is. I can point to it. There it is. This is how it operates. And they're like, And then they never talk about it again because it's anti-whitism, because it's something that's real, because it's something that can get them in trouble. If they talk about it in any way other than the lexical dialectical power of go free. But if you can't get at them with it enough so that they realize that they can actually discuss these things, push back on anti-whitism without getting into trouble, they'll have nothing of it. They want to move right along. I've had plenty of good MAGA people that I've talked to show up, good folks. They show up and they're like, yes, you're doing something. You're like Trump? Yes. Well, me too. So tell me about what you do. And we start talking. And then it's all of a sudden like, you're not talking about Trilateral Commission? What about Bilderberg? No, we're not going to talk about things that you can talk about at work and with your family and have no repercussion. We talk about real things here. And then they're like, no, don't want any part of that. And they leave. Cowards. How did the white race fall? How did the white race that has like Clint Eastwoods of the past and other characters that we've envisioned, John Wayne's of the past that we've envisioned and we put up, that we've actually events that we've actually created into the real world, and they would rather talk about aliens under a volcano working with the Bilderberg group than something real that can benefit them, their families, our country, Western civilization. That's what we've gotten to. Children, adult children. So I am making fun of you. So you know, you take offense by it. Oh, I don't give a shit. If you indulge in that shit, I am making fun of you. And if you honestly have a crotchet about something out there, you have an odd belief, then don't talk about it in our circles. Don't talk about it with your friends, family, or strangers. Keep it to yourself because you'll ruin the good work you're doing for white well-being. That's all there's to it. But otherwise, I mean, all of these other things, it's a total waste of time. It's entertainment. And if you want to be entertained, then just get fiction. Then just go grab some fiction. There are plenty of books on alien invasions, on the world being controlled by a small group of people, and reptilians traipsing back and forth across the continents. There's plenty of shit like that. Just go get entertained. Stop pretending like it's real. I see these people pointing out, like they say, well, look, all these videos showing up. There's the sun and there's the sun. Which is the real sun? You retard or retardus. If you can't figure out what's real out there, then the problem is yours. But tons of views on those videos. Oh, there are two suns. No, there isn't. No, there aren't. For fuck's sake. You can see clearly the atmosphere causing a phenomenon, and people are going to videotape it and say, oh, there's a different sun. And you can watch the atmosphere. I've actually seen watch the atmospheric condition change, and so does the reflection. So just, God damn it. One thing after another, and we're trapped in this nonsense. We're going to, in just a moment, we're going to take a very brief break. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to stay right here. And then we're going to come right back, and I'm going to take your calls, your comments. We're going to get into the other announcements. We've got some good things to look into and to share. And what do we have here? And we also have our other content creators that you need to be following. I'm going to talk about them. But I can't get enough of this song, so we're all going to watch it right now.
Some folks call me a rambling man. I do a lot of thumbing and kicking cans and wouldn't do an ounce of good. Call my Well, I'm out to find me a wealthy woman in a line of work that won't take no diploma, and I ain't got much to lose and life to gain. Some call me a good time fella. I ain't black and I ain't yellow. I'm a white man looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they're giving, 'cause I'm proud and white and I got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you wanna get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. I'm a white man looking for a place to do my thing. Now hump and get it. Yeah, I'm a small town man, I've been around a little. I like guitars and I like a fiddle, and that's the kind of soul it takes to fan my flame. I'm a blue-eyed Billy, kind of rough and ruddy. I have to work to be somebody. I'm a white man looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they're giving, 'cause I'm proud and white and I got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you wanna get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. I'm a white man looking for a place to do my thing. I'm a West man
I
looking
love
for
that.
a
I want to hear a
place
little bit more of that.
to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they're giving, 'cause I'm proud and white and I got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you wanna get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. I'm a white man looking for a place to do my thing. I'm a West man looking for a place to do my thing.
God bless ForNull for doing that. He's such a champion. Let's keep rolling really quickly before we take. We got one call for tonight. It looks like we've left plenty of time so that I could read your comments and questions, and we can have some just us time. All right. Let me turn on the AC though, because I'm hot. You all know it's true. I want to share right now our announcements. I appeared with Scott Balson from lovinglifetv.com on Friday. That video is removed from their YouTube page, but you can find it over on lovinglifetv.com. And moving forward, Scott has said he wants to post my videos that I do here up on lovinglifetv.com, and that's awesome. So I want to give a big thanks to Scott and to Nat Quinn for setting that up. Thank you so much, Nat. We really appreciate you. And that ended up going really well. Liked Scott. We had a good conversation, almost 2 hours over there, and very interesting conversation. So you're going to want to check that out over at Loving Life TV. Let's give a thank you, if we could, maybe 07 to Nat Quinn. And if you can set me up with somebody for an interview, I will. I'll have that conversation, and maybe we'll be celebrating you next. Who knows how that will work? But that is fantastic. We also had. Oh well, I was on. I talked a little bit about. I mentioned Traditional Mike, and Aussie Mike, and Annette Kennelly, and Kayla Mayer as well. So we had some points of sort of contact there even ahead of time. It was a great conversation. I also want to thank Baldur, and we thanked him, an Iberian writer, earlier during the swashbuckling, but he reached out to me recently and suggested for Oliver Anthony, the Christian communist, that we also refer to him as a Bible shyster. And I really like that. He's a Bible shyster. He's taking the Bible and he is misusing it. He is misusing it. Is there a question about me being single? The answer is no. He's taking the Bible and he is using the Bible to justify economic Marxism. and that is Christian communism, using the Bible inappropriately, and he should be condemned for it. Thank you so much, Baldor. Let's see. I also watched a little bit of a video. I just wanted to mention it. His tag on YouTube is at END, E-N-D, anti-whitism. I believe it does not have the E at the end of white and anti-whitism. End anti-whitism. Robert Hartley. He had a video. It was called Big Deflation. I didn't get to see much of it. I got to see a little bit of it. He had this beautiful little boy of his in the back seat. My gosh. And he had his little glasses on, super cute. And he seemed to be a reasonable guy. So if you wanted to check him out, check out Robert Hartley, End Anti-Whitism, with his beautiful little boy. And I do want to show you, as I said, the PDF that will be up if ForNull hasn't already done it on nowhiteguilt.org. And it is, let me see if I can find that thing. Oh, you know what? Can I even open that? I guess I can. I don't think I've ever tried to before, but maybe I can. We'll see. I mean, it opens. Yeah. So maybe it will work. It is the Go Free Bookmark. And it's really, oh, you know what was cool in that picture was that one of the stickers from Elaine Sabatino, another truly epic lady of the West, woman of the West, there in the picture that Melissa showed. So isn't that awesome? They're all the way over in Australia, and we're all the way over here in the States. There you have it coming together. That's what we are, a big white ring of white roses around planet Earth, coming together in love, hope, and redemption. Let's see if we can open this. I really don't know if it can work. We might have to come back to it and then share it another time. Let's see if I do it like this. It's acting problematic. So we'll do this and that, and then we'll come back to here, and we'll do this, and we'll see what happens this way, shall we? We will. It's beautiful. You saw the picture, but it's a PDF that tells you exactly how to make it, and we'll see if I can have it together next time, and you'll be able to check it out. Maybe you've noticed, talk about announcements here, that in my closet I have a pedestal, and I've got some books there on the floor, and I got a book on the pedestal. That's the new Worshiping the Spirit of the West room. Nixie says, did you hear about what happened to Ghazi Kudzo? And he was arrested months back for kidnapping and murder and cannibalism, a bunch of weird things. My interaction, Southern Bloom says, Jason has a Narnia in his closet. Yeah, good guess. You're right. It's Narnia. I've got Narnia. I always wanted a Narnia in my closet. Or wardrobe. I didn't have a wardrobe, but always wanted to have one. And there it is. Isn't that the coolest thing now? I go through there. I'm in Narnia. Talk to Aslan, and we have a hell of a good time. It's a fantastic thing. Very cool, Southern Bloom. You figured it out. So he came on. I refereed a debate between he and Mark, which went to shit because Ghazi is insane. And before, there were two other guys. It was weird that were helping him, and they were both like semi-reasonable. They would like at least listen. The Ghazi guy wouldn't listen to anything. So you remember that little cartoon somebody made where Ghazi started talking about Lamborghinis and all this kind of just unrelated nonsense. So not surprised that he ended up kidnapping a lover and then killing and eating him. I mean, sure, that makes sense. First Last said he thought that was the forgotten door. Well, if you want it to be. If you want it to be. JK160 is here. Great to see you. And Nixie, hello to you. I don't know that I've seen you here before. Welcome. The chat will welcome you and will help you out with anything that you have questions about. But you can tag me as No White Guilt if you want to get it, if you want to get at least some of it from the horse's mouth. Art Acrobats is here. Great to see you. The Great Sloths is here. Cheers to you, my brother. Johnny Johnson. Franklin said that was a good animator. Yeah, it was. It was funny. I mean, I have it somewhere. I wonder if I could play it. Was there... where would it be? Where would it be? That would be so epic if I could just like find it right away, but I'm not quite sure I even remember what the still on the front of it was. That was funny though. No. This is what happens when you do like all your own like live stuff when you're making your, or when you're running your show. There's like no one else to jump in and make that happen while we continue to chat and educate, edify. All right, let me just go one more place to look. And then we will bail on it for now. I'm sure I'll be able to find it. Not right now, but for another time. Uh-oh. Is this it? Hold on, I may have found it, which will be fun. What's going on? So is this made by the English Nationalist? Was that who made it? And
learn from history, and we must go our own way before it is too late.
Thank you, Mark. Right at the 5-minute mark. Kazi. So what do you and your organizations believe in addressing the solution of racial inequity?
I want to be very first clear of who was driving the Lamborghini in the first place. Because who's spins in movies on your rotten ass, hoe, old ass, white, honky ass, old crooked hope the bitch dies tomorrow with her pedophile ass son. You know what they said, dummy? They said they Lamborghini. They said they found it in the gold that we had. Clean.
Oh my God. We found it. That was it. That's Ghazi. That was fantastic. Could you imagine trying to hold a debate? It's another, a debate like we would try to have one, just not something that is what he wants to project onto the world. Apparently he wanted to project murder and abduction and cannibalism onto the world. Has he been found guilty? Has he been executed? Are they going to execute? Like in a healthy Western civilization, he would obviously be executed. Why would you like give that guy? Why would you want to pay for him to live in prison for a long time and then set him back loose out on the world? No. I want to bring your attention to some content creator segment here. We have the great Andrei Moisejev, and I'm going to say it once at the beginning. Everybody that I'm going to mention is on YouTube, and I want you to watch them on YouTube. However, if you also want to watch them elsewhere, you can find them in the link that I mention if I mention elsewhere. Andrei Moisejev on YouTube at Art of Myth, no spaces. Follow him. I'm going to give you the names of people to follow. And we have Anders, his board game, Blood and Thunder. And you can find at ramtide.itch.io/blood and thunder with hyphens in between the words. He also has a blog on link.medium.com/NMXV15X capital QO capital AB. White People's Press, whitepeoplepress.com. And hope Tony's doing great. And reach out to me, Tony, if you want help promoting anything. Westman Media, Odyssey /@Westman Media. School of the West, that's the great Brand Danger who's here. schoolofthewest.world. Follow up over there. Yiz at Yiz, YIZZ, the eunuch, EUNUCH, which is her middle finger that she gives to the anti-whites. She has the show Discordant Dragons that is at 6 p.m. on Mondays. So tomorrow, make sure you're there. She does other videos as well. And she also has a blog. Do I have it here? Yes, I do. The Corner Club, yiztheeunuch.substack.com. The great ForNull on YouTube at Fornelius Newland. Follow him there. And he also has he's got Dragon Synth Adventures he does sometimes. He also has Western Kind Game, games with an S, westernkindgames.com. And he has his new blog, which I have to add. So make sure that you follow him there. No White Guilt Clips on YouTube at No White Guilt Clips. And of course, he is on Twitter and he is on Instagram and under various iterations. Find out what they are. Follow him on every single platform. We have Porridge, lovely Porridge, on YouTube at Jubilation Media. Intellectual Embargo on Odyssey.com /@Intellectual Embargo. Final Blossom on YouTube at Final Blossom. He also has a blog, and it is Western Kind Wellbeing Newsletter. That is finalblossom.substack.com. Alternative Voices Portal, odyssey.com /@alternative voices portal with underscores under or between the words. World Conqueror at World Conqueror on YouTube. Substack also has it's substack.com. Search for him at Destroying Anti-Whitism with the E after the word white. Biospirit of the West, White Wellbeing Quora. You can find that at nowhiteguilt.quora.com. Where you can find great articles like Cindy been writing. For White Wellbeing at YouTube, one of our new champs. Find him on YouTube at For White Wellbeing. Dino Storm on YouTube at Dino Storm. Also, Dino Storm. Also at StudioDinoStorm.com. That's the brand new game. So make sure you partake of that. The brand new going free game. RC the Realist on YouTube, and we need RC to get a better link for me to give out, because it's a lot of words, a lot of letters and numbers. I won't be able to do it. Maybe one of the mods can grab his URL and paste it into the live chat. And if you've already made it something simple, then just let me know, or somebody let me know. White Student Transmission on Twitter / White Student T on Twitter. And this is his book is on Amazon. An Equal Training Analysis, Anti-White Manipulation on Amazon. And we have Aussie Mike over there on Twitter. You find him on Twitter at Traditional Mike. So follow Aussie Mike. He's got the best, some of the maybe one of the biggest hearts in white well-being, and definitely a set of some of the best blue eyes that you'll ever find. That is Aussie Mike, the great Aussie Mike. And we have Wing It Productions at Wing It Prod on YouTube. Let me see what you all are saying. If I missed anybody, let me know after the fact. And we will keep rolling. I got a lovely letter in the mail, our snail mailbag, but we kind of already addressed it, from the great bio spirit of the West. And God bless you, brother. Thank you so much for all of your service. And if there are going to be any statues, this guy, he's getting a statue. You know, that's how you know who are the real doers, the real movers and shakers, the ones who we are absolutely giving a statue to. Biospirit of the West, my God. Thank you so much, brother. We love you, man. Let's see what you all are saying, and take a look at some of your comments in the thread as well. We got plenty of time to talk, and you can ask questions. You can tag me as No White Guilt on the different platforms. I'm here for you. If you disagree with me, then just do so respectfully, and I will speak to the comment. You have to make sure to tag me. And even if your comment gets deleted by one of my troll slayers because your comment was trollish, then I can still see it. And if I choose, maybe I'll speak to it. We'll see. Over here on Cash App, get our financial gifts. We have Just the Misses financially gifting $10 over here. Thank you so very much. And thank you so much for getting Donald Trump Jr. to talk about anti-whiteism and to say anti-whiteism. Very well done. That's $10 on Cash App. Folks, if you're not following No White Guilt Clips, I'm going to come personally kick the shit out of you. Maybe you're a trained fighter and you'll have a good go at it with me. If you're a trained fighter, you might even end up winning in the end. But I'll hurt you during the process. So make sure you follow No White Guilt Clips. Everything, if we can get No White Guilt, that'd be awesome. He's on Instagram. He's on Twitter. He's on Gab. He is on TikTok, I think. He's obviously on YouTube. You need to follow this champion everywhere. The sun asks No White Guilt Clips when to rise. Follow him everywhere. Let's make sure that he has the largest sub count, and spread, promulgate everything he does for white well-being. The man is superhuman. And today he financially gifts $107. And do you know why? I just realized why I did it when I saw the reason, or the word, the verbiage that he put underneath of it, because it's $100 with an 07 salute. Oh my God. Based. That's awesome, man. That's genuinely awesome. Very cool. $107. Let's get him some crowns and some 95s. I want some really wild emojis. I want some emojis that look like they're in electric chairs of fun. Let's emoji it up. Let's swash it up for our brother. Think of these. He's just done a number of clips. He's in the middle of work. He's in the middle of living. He's in the middle of it. And he just did a bunch of new clips from last stream before. I shared them. People love them. He's really a godsend. God bless No White Girl Club's $107. He decided that if he's going to be in it to win it, he's going to be all the way in. So a true champion that we should all emulate. God bless you. We'll swivel around this way, and we'll keep those raucous emojis going because we have Iraq Syndrome, who has shown up over here on Entropy. I haven't seen you in a while. Iraq Syndrome, it's good to see you again. Keep those raucous emojis going. Big salutes, 07s, crowns and gems and 95s. How about some stickers over there on D Live for Iraq Syndrome? He writes with a financial gift of 130 white well-being dollars. 130, he's had enough dollars. Here's to the victory we celebrate today. He writes $130. Here's to our next great victories. We can and we will, all caps, go free. The J-Spurgs will fade into irrelevancy where they belong. We'll keep offering them an olive branch, and we'll win over the true heroes among them. The others, I couldn't give a damn about. May the American spirit and the spirit of the West never burn out. End anti-whitism. Oh, that is epically written. I love it. Iraq Syndrome, $130, underscoring that epically put verbiage here on Entropy. Beautiful, brother. So glad to see you back. Yes. Here's to the victory we just had, and many victories, many more victories to come. You know we'll have them with people like Iraq Syndrome. And I absolutely underscore, may the American spirit and the spirit of the West never burn out. It won't, as long as there are people like us around, and people like Dude, Bro, Moment, who we're going to celebrate as well with some white heart emojis from the great Azimuth Clark, and Thunder from Down Under, and Reptile swashing it up for Dude, Bro, Moment, coming in with his working class $50. 50 white well-being dollars. 50, I work my ass off, and still I financially gift dollars for white well-being, is what he writes there. A testament to, and you all can actually totally think about this. If you're ever before a grand jury, if you're ever before a jury, if you're ever before a judge, and anything's going to be read out before that community, it is what you want is statements like these, is dedication like these to a guy, me, who has been pushing for the well-being of everyone across the West by way of ending the victimization of white people forever, for decades past. God bless you. Do Bro Moment, Iraq Syndrome, Simon JJ, all over here on Entropy. Thank you so much. DB50. We love it, man. We love it. Where these are the nights of the white table. I was thinking about this. What brought it up? I was thinking about this. I was driving the other day, and I was thinking about how grateful I am that we're not a community of I know. I was thinking about, it was in as a sort of juxtaposition of the real, which is what we are, and the artificial. There are these groups out there. You've probably seen a lot of them. Some of them are they kind of pretend to be men's rights. Maybe some of them are men's rights. Some of them in various things, but their leaders are getting themselves rich off faux masculinity and these vapid takes about this is, like they will draw a parallel, just totally vapid take from like Greece or Rome and today. And then they'll talk about going for money, making money, dominating your wife or whatever. It's just all, it's all fake. It's all faux. It's all making the people who are in charge of these things, very many of them, anti-white as all hell. I mean, you think about The War Room by Tate. That I understand. I could be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's an anti-white Jewish guy that runs this war room that tells you how to defraud white women, primarily white women, and cheat them into believing they're coming into a relationship and then whoring them out on these whore programs, software program platforms, whoring them out to John's, and most a big chunk, or not most, but a big chunk of them are white guys who can't get a woman because of anti-whitism, because of what anti-whitism has done to them, but more importantly, what anti-whitism has done to the white women they would like to have as dates and brides and wives and mothers of their children, because those women are going to be spending their best years screwing the prettiest faced guys that they can have. And these guys just, quite frankly, don't want them. And they get sucked into these relationships with these whore cam girls on OnlyFans. And there are other platforms. It's not just OnlyFans. These whore platforms, these whore software programs. And then they end up giving up all their wealth to like Andrew Tate's, and there are other ones, and the anti-white Jewish guy that runs this war room and is actually like the idea guy for this hollow-headed kickboxer. So he's good. He was good at kickboxing or whatever. Walks around with his shirt off all the time, and that's about it. And all these people are, and he says, and this is the point. And these others that I've seen out there, there've been others come along lately, no-name ones. And they're doing the same thing. They want to do it bigger, and they are. Some of them are getting bigger and bigger. They're getting all these guys because they're directionless. They don't know where to go. And these guys present this, you need brothers. Men need male camaraderie. Men of the West need men of the West. Yes. And we need it a masculine way. I am the masculine role model, and others here in Service to White Wellbeing are the masculine role model that you should be imitating if you're going to imitate these frauds. The guy who's going to pull up and the substance of his masculinity is that he gets out of an expensive car with some, just nasty but good looking on the outside. So meretricious, good looking on the outside, but inside decrepit, defunct, spiritually, mentally, physically, like her body has been changed from all that she's gone through over her best years. That is not masculine. That is not the substance of masculinity. And they'll say, in lying to these guys, that they're a community of leaders. They're not a community of leaders. Are you joking? You're paying to be in the company of the people who are getting rich off of you. That's what you're doing. You're not a community of leaders at all. You're being lied to. And then you look out in the rest of the white sympathetic sphere, and you're just a faceless member of an audience. At most, you're a parasocial boy toy of the guy at the center of it, or want to be the guy at the center of it. That's all you are. Here you can be a man of the West, where your identity, you can be a real hero, a real champion. You can be a woman of the West, where your identity is not going to be what you're attracted to, or all of that is for your own thing. Your identity is being for white well-being. Your identity is being a man or woman of the West. That's who you are, something spiritual, something valuable, something tangible. You can do that here. And I was driving along and I was thinking, I'm so grateful that I can be actually with champions, actually with standalone heroes. People that I get inspired by, genuinely inspired by. A team. That's what we are. That's why we're Team White Wellbeing. That I can be inspired by, and we can inspire each other. We can all do our own individual jobs. That's one of the reasons why I like to reference American football. And I think of it often in terms of American football, which I was a star at. Because in American football, the further you go up the line, in American football, high school, college, then, of course, pros, semi-pros. Semi-pros is more like college. But the further you go up the line, the more specialized the person for each of the roles. So that you have people on the field that you could never think could be playing the same sport. And yet they work together as machinery to achieve an outcome. That's how we have to be. There are people out there, the reality is, there are people out there that can do things I can never dream of doing. You got to come in here and do it for me. And I will do what you can't do. And we'll support each other where we can do the same things or can't do the same things. That's how a team functions. That's how we're going to, and that's how we are taking back our destiny. How many, let me ask you this. How many of these ant-gnats out there have talked big for year after year after year, about doing X, Y, or Z. And then you have females come in to our circles, some of whom are not even in this country, not even in a Western country. And they do more in a couple of months than those ant gnats, those white ant gnats have in decades of participation. I mean, it happens regularly here. So we're going to keep doing what we're doing. And I'm really proud to be with you all in service to white well-being. Okay. Avalon says he wears a 9.5 Ruger Super Red Hawk. Wow. 454. Because he wants a workout while he has his means of self-defense on him. That's awesome, man. Very cool. All right. We got a, is that Gemi? Got us a little frog sticker. Thank you for that. And over there on Rumble, we hello to everybody that's over there. The few who are there. We have Hales Buscador says, Hales, Jason, your insight is elucidating, and I appreciate it. Well, God bless you. Thank you so much for that, good brother. Let me turn around back to this way. And what are y'all saying here on YouTube? And what are y'all saying on the thread? Well, on the thread, we have Deo writes, it's truly absurd that people still play the Hollywood Nazi caricature from the anti-white narrative. I noticed more people in the white sympathetic sphere calling out this detrimental behavior, people that wouldn't have even a year ago. Jason's ideas are influencing people. God bless you, man. Thank you so much for that. And great to see Reptile here, good brother. I think we might have a comment from you on the thread from you. There was somebody, I wish I could pull it up right now. Who was it? Somebody did something really cool. I'd like to celebrate that person. Damn it. Where would I find it? Somebody on Instagram, a woman made a video that said, when you were at the lowest point of your life, tell me who turned you around. And somebody wrote there, let's celebrate that person. I wish I had your name here. I'll have to find it later. Somebody said no white guilt and tagged me. That is awesome. You want to be, and a lot of people in this community have been a positive influence, a productive influence in people's lives. That's where you want to be. You know, you learn when you're a child and you think about Christmas and gift giving, birthdays and gift giving, and you focus entirely on the gift. That's because you're immature. Getting a gift is good, but being the gift, not just giving a gift, but being the gift is infinitely better. If that brings you infinitely more pleasure, then you've got the right spirit, soul, and genetics to build Western civilization. So thank you so much for that. Finger Fretter says, workout routine, need guidance, especially forearms. Great question. And I am here for you. Well, you can stand. Do you know what the Christmas tree is at the gym? The barbell, barbell rack. That's a triangle, and it's got barbells, and then called the Christmas tree. Step up to that. Get the weight. Make the weight at along waist level, because you're going to take it off and put it back there, and make it easier on your back and all moving it. And depending on what you're trying to do, sounds like you probably want to build the size. Is that what it is? Or the grip strength? If you want to build the size, get a weight of a barbell, hands on top of the barbell first. Get a weight that you can raise roughly 6 times, 5, 6, 7 reps, somewhere in range. And what you're going to be doing is you're going to take that weight off. You're going to have straight arms, and all you're going to do is you're going to bring your wrist up like this with that weight. You got to focus that you don't move anything else, okay? You want it to burn like a sucker. You rack it, you turn it around under underhand grab. You pull it off, you do the same thing, but now you're obviously bringing it up like that each time, not moving any more than that. And you want it to burn. Pick the weight, 5, 6, 7 reps. You want to do grip strength. Another way, you can kind of double up on a trap workout, forearm workout, and you can carry dumbbells. Find a weight that you can walk with about 10 paces out, 10 paces back, and your hands are going to burn off. You can also stand still for that and try to focus more on your hands, and you can kind of open your grip a little bit and raise your grip a little bit as your arms are straight by your sides with the dumbbells. That's a really epic workout. You can do the same thing with the dumbbells on a workout bench. You put the dumbbell on the workout bench. You kneel down on the ground beside it. You grab the top of the barbell, rather, and you slide it forward so it hangs off the side. Your forearms are on the bench at that point, and you do the raise. You put it back up on the bench. You turn it around. You grab it underneath. You'll have to kind of lean up and forward a little bit. Forearms will be on the bench. You'll lean forward a little bit, and then you'll do the raise like this. My forearms are extremely strong. When I work out, well, this kind of happens a lot of places, but I mean, the veins just start coming out and it's just beastly looking. The guy who trained me in powerlifting many years ago, I think I told you all, I know I did, but there'll be people here that don't remember or have never heard. He said, your goal is you want to be able to go down the street and cause women to faint and men to puke when they see you. I don't know if you want to go that far, but that was his recommendation. Great question on forearms. Everybody can use it. We want Trump because we can open up conversations about systemic anti-whiteism. She's responding. That's the great Elaine Sabatino responding to Nixie. Jason knows voting itself won't help to recapture our destiny. Precisely. In fact, I think I've been, well, at least in conservative circles, I've been definitely the one arguing against voting for a very long time. The great Lovely Porridge from Down Under writes here, just as we translate things into our own story, anti-whites are remarkably skilled at translating things into the anti-white narrative. Conservatives will ask, how the heck is this song racist? Talking about Oliver Anthony's song. You liberals are insane, close quote. They're not. No, they're not. They will explain perfectly why they're unsettled by a white man singing that America has lost its way and that its elites don't care about folk like him. Within the anti-white narrative, they are completely rational and make perfect sense. The conservative response will be to follow up with villainy signaling. Maybe a video showing a multiracial group beating up an olden day Democrat KKK member. And then they'll taunt anti-whites. Quote, try calling this one racist, close quote. Liberals, conservatives, vagues, nationalists, they all think within the anti-white narrative. There's only one man on the entire planet with a method that teaches them to think outside that. Once we've succeeded, journalists will seamlessly write articles exposing anti-whiteism in the latest song or movies. Then the artist will have to do a follow-up to prove how white positive he is. Brilliantly written by the great Lovely Porridge. We salute you, brother. A true champion in service. Brilliant, too. He always has a fantastic take where I didn't even think it could go. Slots is another guy that does that. ForNull is another guy that, so many folks. I know I always miss people because there's so many knights of the white table that have brilliant takes. David says, what does the anti-white mean? I am lost on the intimation of the idea. So David Fitzgerald, you're asking, what does anti-white mean? Or is it in some sort of context that is confusing you? You think in terms of being victimized when let's take Best Buy. Best Buy just said that they are going to give this educational opportunity, this training opportunity for people already in employment of Best Buy, people on the floor, to be able to get executive training for executive positions. And that training will be the equivalent of an MBA. That's how Best Buy will look at it. And white males are excluded. So that is anti-white. Pants is here. Great to see you. Of course, I defer to anything CNN says. And if they want to say that, oh no, Best Buy is actually giving away to white guys, then that's what it is. Like when I was thinking about that mayor bitch when the GFC of Virginia, Caleb and Franklin and I, we went out there. We talked to the mayor, the Democrat mayor, and we talked to the Republican. All that's on video. And the mayor, unbelievable, saying, oh, it's not anti-white. I wish we could have like been on Channel 4 News or whatever. Have her saying it's not anti-white to exclude white males. And then I was like, really? It's not anti-white to exclude white males? Oh, well, we're not excluding them, though. Okay. That's exactly what you're doing. That's the purpose, is to get fewer white people. That's what you said. And that's why you're going out into non-white communities looking to hire. Well, that's to equalize. That's to give them an opportunity at being hired when you're not giving an opportunity to white males, right? So they're scum. Anti-white are scum. She will be, if I get into power while she's still alive, gone from the country. Okay. Sabatino, the great Sabatino, coming in with some education for me that Fitzgerald is himself anti-white, and David Fitzgerald. And I can, when somebody comes up and they're like, what's anti-white? My immediate detector of anti-whiteism goes right off. It's just like, bing, anti-white asshole. But I was being nice. Azimuth Clark, Nestor is here. We have a comment from Azimuth Clark on the thread. Jeremy from the Quartering reads an article about anti-white teacher who was fired. Anti-white was used in the article several times. Jeremy then gives his commentary and used the term anti-white. He's putting the lexicon in titles. He's reading articles with the lexicon. He's now adopting the term anti-white. Up until a few weeks ago, I never heard him use anti-white. Now it's being said numerous times in a video. How does this happen? Congratulations to Go Free Community 07. We are shaping the lexicon being used to reach millions of people. They are saying our words. Words are how we think. We are changing the way people think. This is how we recapture our destiny. If it's anti-white, it's not all right. Oh, I love it. Awesome, Azimuth Clark. Let's see who else we have over here. And what you all are saying. Thank you all for celebrating. Everybody who celebrated is better than everybody who didn't. Yeah, I see him again. Right under Art Acrobats here. The great Art Acrobats saying, can you elaborate more on anti-white? I just don't get it. I don't understand what could possibly be anti-white. In face-to-face arguments, we're going to be getting to our call in just a handful of minutes or so. In face-to-face arguments with these people, usually they follow it up with, what is white? What is? Because they do that all the time when it comes to Jews or blacks or Hispanics or Arabs. What is Hispanic? What is an Arab really? So when you ask, just by the way, anti-white, when you question our existence, that is the most malevolent, demonic form of anti-whiteism. Just know that. When you say we don't exist, that is the worst form of anti-whiteism. Hugo Sabbath is here. Great to see you, brother. He says, working at the car wash, with no white guilt, as every car wash should be playing me 24/7. Think about how epic it would be. The cars would be magnificent. It would be immaculate. You could eat off the car after the bathing. It wouldn't be a wash, it'd be a bathing. Everything would happen 5 times or so as fast. It would be awesome. What else do we have here? She says, too many heroes to tag on my phone. Dr. Own, is that it? Own? White? If I can't make white people guilty for being white, how can I ever get the reparations like the welfare queen that I am? Well, doctor, you won't. See, that's the thing. JPL is here. Hello and welcome. You see, this is stuff I figured out a long time ago. I was like, okay, it's the white guilt. So much of it I figured out very early on. I was headed in the right direction. I had thoughts, I had questions. I was like, you know what? And unfortunately, people talked me out of a lot of things that I ended up being right on or closer to being correct on because I was being respectful. I thought they had the exact same objective, the exact same goal. There were a lot of guys out there that were J-Spurgs, and I thought they wanted what was good for white people. And are they going the right direction? Are they not? It doesn't seem to be. And then, so over time, though, I realized, okay, no, you're not interested at all. You're not interested at all in us. Selfish individuals. And we all know, just every J-Spurg that shows up, just say, okay, remain selfish, individualist, throw them all out so they can come right back in. What is it, 107 times or whatever? Is that what they say? Then just throw 100. If they say, well, they've been kicked out 107 times, and just say, and you have taken them back in 107 times. You and your selfish, individualistic assholes. They can't argue that. They can't argue with that. Of course, the reality is that when you persecute people who you're going to have guilty and you're going to have innocent in any group of people that are born a certain way or participating in say like a religion, for example, and your guilty ones are the only ones that you can morally and ethically persecute where they intersect with our well-being, white well-being. And then the others are innocent. And it is immoral to victimize them. And they will side with the villains in their community to not be victimized if that will prevent their victimization. You'll have people in your own circles that will side with them to prevent the victimization of the innocent people. I mean, how is this misunderstood? I mean, people just fall into this trap and then they're stuck almost, so many of them for life. They just get stuck. You know what I'm wondering? Why is it that this woman working for Musk, she's like ardently talking about no anti-Semitism will be acceptable on this platform. Well, why don't we get this bitch to say no anti-whiteism on Twitter, on X? Is anti-Semitism not acceptable, but anti-whiteism is? So Yaka, whatever her name is, we should call on her to say there won't be any anti-whiteism. Mr. Monkeypox says, great show. Keep up the anti-white slaying. Winged Productions. Okay, I'll look out for you on X. Okay, David Fitzgerald comes back and he just tags me with a question mark. So if you're not anti-white, then I just explained to you what was something that was very saliently anti-white. So you understand now, yes? Nixie asking about me and Mark. Which Mark are you talking about? White Wolf is here. Great to see you, brother. Red Dog, wonderful to see you. Melissa is here. The Great Thunder from Down Under says his accent is just as thick as mine. That end anti-whiteism. Is it really? So that's not that bad. What are you talking about? Okay, so we have Mark M-A-R-C is here. Great to see you. And do we have some chaos taking place? Nixie is saying she's got no free speech. There's free speech on YouTube to the degree that they will allow you to speak there. This is my house. My channel is my house. And so you have to respect my rules, right? Okay, she's saying that I see a deleted comment about calling us cucks. For what reason, I wonder. You know, tag me, Nixie, with your questions. She says, she tried to say Promethean healing is cringe. That's way wrong. Finger Fretter says, King Kuna for president. Amen. Emperor and president of Western civilization. So what this mod is, what now? What is Nixie complaining about? Don't tell me to calm down. How about you move along? So causing some serious disruption, but I don't know about what yet. I'm replying to people who were replying to me. Okay. Jason should know. I don't see what the debate is. Don't tell me what I can say, she says. No, I'm afraid of my house. You're told what you cannot say. Not so much you can be given a general direction, but you are told what you cannot say. Reptile says, don't you know Lamborghinis once roamed the African plains? Gold surfaces itself and diamonds grow on, what is that? Acai trees. Ghazi is a historian. He is. I mean, he's brilliant. Yeah. All right. Still don't see what the argument was about. I see the complaining about there being an argument and being argued with. Oh, wait. I disagree with all of you who know that Trump is controlled by them, but you still vote for him. Wake up, people. Oh, okay. So the them in that case, and we'll get to our phone call, would be, from my experience, would be a claim that the them is Jewish people, all Jewish people, and that therefore you shouldn't vote for Trump. If I'm going to make this real salient, really clear. If Donald Trump comes out and says that he opposes anti-whiteism and he's going to put an end to anti-whiteism in these United States, I wouldn't care if he increased the payment to Israel by $100 billion. Wouldn't bother me at all. Don't care. Not interested. Don't care about them. Don't care about none of that. All I care about is the victimization of white people. That's all I care about. I don't feel a need to harm Jewish people. I feel a need to stop anti-white people of any birth from victimizing white people. So Trump could do whatever he wants. I don't care how much control. If he's so controlled by them, he comes out and he says, I'm going to end anti-whiteism. I'm for him. I'm for him. I don't care. Jason doesn't care. Yes, because my concern is the victimization of white people. That's what I'm worried about. And thereby the destruction of and victimization of Western civilization for everybody. That's my concern. So Donald Trump is, the reality is, Nixie, and we'll get onto the phone call, even if she's still around, I don't know. The reality is that Donald Trump is going to be able to do probably, unless he's going to go all out, like I say he should, and have a state of emergency and rope the military into it and have military tribunals, he's going to be able to do very little. So what any politician can do is nothing, really, for us. Nothing. So what else is there that we can do vis-a-vis politics? Well, the only thing that can be done vis-a-vis politics is to make use of the energy and self-identification that is engendered in Western kind in America, and even as it radiates out across the West, around the world. White people, when it comes to Trump, get proud. White people, when it comes to Trump, start thinking about, we did this. Let's make America great again, because our people had made it great once. We want white people thinking that way. And so I want Trump to run. And all the better if he ends up winning. And we get 4 more years of this sort of like vicissitudes of white people getting excited to be white again because Trump is out there and he's making fun of someone or cussing someone or whatever it is. And then he fails to do things for us. But the bottom line will be you'll have these ups and downs over the next 4 years of white people getting excited again. We want that. No other candidate can do that. So who are you going to vote for? I mean, when you view reality as that landscape is out, and I've been right just about every single time, then we make use of what is available to us, the tools, the times, the currents that are available to us. So that's what we can do. To take this ideological stance that you are so angry with all Jewish people that if Trump has any contact with Jewish people, or if he's run by Jewish people, or if he's going to continue aid to Israel, and so therefore that is odious to you, so odious that you would vote against that, even if a bunch of white people will benefit from identifying as white and being proud of what America was made by white people and all of that energy engendered, then you have a very different objective than I have. So I would say that you reflect, Nixie, on what you really want. If you want white well-being, then you gotta, the Jewish stuff doesn't matter. As long as we are achieving white well-being, end of anti-whiteism, then the birth of people who are called Jewish is irrelevant. What's relevant to us is where their lives or white people's lives or Arab people's lives intersect with our people's existence in a negative way. When it does, we call that anti-white. And that's a choice that we don't make about them. That's a choice that they make about themselves. And everyone on planet Earth is okay with defending a creature, a person, defending itself, striking back at something that has made the decision or someone to harm them. Does that make sense? Have I made it simple enough for everybody? Right? So if there is a guy walking down the street and another guy on the other side of the street, and he decides to just doesn't like this guy, doesn't like the way he looks, doesn't like whatever. So he kills him. Nobody's going to be okay with that. If the guy across the street comes over to harm you on your side, he's made that decision, everybody is okay with killing that guy that has come to hurt you. So I hope that makes sense. Let's get to the phone call, and then if there's anything left, 5 minutes to 8 minutes for WordConqueror.
Hello?
Hey, brother, how are you doing? Promethean Hales, and what's on your mind?
Promethean Hales, and I'm proud of everyone for all the work they've done, especially I forgot the name of his name, Donald Trump Jr.'s.
Yes.
Donald Trump's son.
Yep.
Getting him to say anti-white or to talk about it.
Yes.
Something I was going to talk about is how something I was going to say is that this is actually not the first time that we were almost wiped out. A lot of people actually don't know about this, but with the Mongols, I actually think that the Mongols and this is not to throw any shade at the Mongols, right? Like the Mongolians shouldn't have Mongolian guilt, right? But the ancient Mongols and the Turkic, armies, they actually wiped out entire European cultures of like Scythians and like all sorts of white cultures that had existed for thousands of years in Central Asia. And to be fair, sometimes it was just that they, colonized an area and there were more of them and they intermixed. But the Genghis Khan, he wasn't an anti-white, but he was just a very brutal conqueror. And he nearly basically destroyed the Kievan Rus, and he made his way very far into Europe and almost destroyed it.
Mm-hmm.
He could have destroyed it, but he didn't. Russia barely survived, and it was only because of that event that Russia exists. A lot of people don't know, because when Russia was almost destroyed by the Mongols, they realized, we need to, our entire society, our entire system of governance, everything needs to be different. We can't just be these bickering, kingdoms and blah, blah, blah. And they eventually conquered the entire subcontinent and became the country we today know as Russia. And when anti-whiteism ends, there's going to be a point where the European peoples around the world, they end up doing something that is very similar to Russia. And I'm not like calling for violence or anything, right? But what I am saying is that there's going to be a system of governance that quickly, and perhaps like some sort of thing that quickly ends, I guess what you could call like the brother war system. I don't know how to explain it, but this was not the first time this happened, right? Like the Russians, all the Slavs, they were all fighting each other and they were almost all wiped out. And just like with the Slavs, uniting the Slavic tribes and creating Russia, the Europeans, after this is over, they're going to create another version of the United States or whatever. And so I was kind of black-pilled about all this stuff until I remembered that we're going to be able to get out of this mess.
Well, you're absolutely right. And I think that it's not impossible. I hope that, and I am planning that we don't get to a total deterioration or breakdown. And the way that this is plan is set up, and we can see how quickly things happen with a curative contagion. When an idea's time has come, and really, what does that mean? It means that it upsets the current paradigm. And when that idea has come, it upsets the current paradigm and spreads. It can do so, as you can see, very, very rapidly. When would, for example, the president's son, named after the president, when would he be speaking the ideas of one of these, say, like ant-nat groups, if we didn't exist, if they were just pushing their ideas? When would that come about? Well, about never, about 10,000 years, about whatever you could imagine. Those routes to rectifying our situation are impossible. They can't be done. We have done the work of gods. I mean, really think it's amazing what we have gotten done. But you're absolutely right, brother. It's a great point that if it does get to that that stage in the future, this example of the Slavic tribes who had been at war with each other, coming together to defend each other, and then that becoming Russia, it's a beautiful and reassuring thing that we can see that has happened in the past and can happen again in the future. Any final thoughts before I let you go today, brother?
Yeah. So something I was going to say is I realized I changed the name of my account to on YouTube to @ONTAI, or it's actually @DRONTAI white, and the reason is that nobody has to feel pressure to watch the videos. I'm kind of just making these for fun, and also to see if I can get any views or whatever to spread the lexicon and stuff. But I'm basically creating this satire account where it's this character I created called Dr. Ontai. It's a play on words, Ontai White.
I got it.
And basically it's this like super anti-white, like obnoxious academic type.
Yes.
Like
okay.
calls everyone like really clever anti-white slurs, and which is why, if you don't feel comfortable watching that, you don't have to. It's for the sake of like comedy and making fun of anti-whites. But it yeah, I'm gonna start posting videos about that. And I know I've said I was gonna post a video and then I never did. But I'm gonna try and do that next time, and it's gonna be funny. But no one has to feel pressure to watch it. I'm just trying to figure out a way to like spread the lexicon and stuff like that to people.
Well, I think that's a great idea, man. Folks, check it out. I gave out the and they just heard it from you again. Thank you so much for the work you're doing, brother. And I hope it gets a lot of laughs and opens some eyes and brings them in this direction. But you're welcome to call back every single time we take calls.
Promethean Hails, bye.
Promethean Hails, brother, bye-bye. I love it. More confident every single time we chat with the WordConqueror. Let me take a quick look as we are running out of time. 5 minutes, it looks like. I'm checking out Subscribestar, and we didn't receive anybody financially gifting there. Just to make sure we didn't miss any. Check out quickly Cash App to make sure. Okay, didn't miss anybody there. And let's come around here to Entropy. Good, didn't miss anybody there. Didn't miss anybody on D Live. And we got a $5 financial gift over here on Odyssey. Thank you so much. And that's Who to Thunk It. $5. Thank you so much. It says, here is a meme curative about the anti-white body movement. It forms a, quote, reductio ad absurdum, close quote, thought chain in the anti-white narrative to help neutralize the poison, quote, gender surgery is anatomical sexism, close quote. This only neutralizes the mimetic poison. It doesn't heal the damage, but it has helped me. Well done. Thank you for sharing that, brother. And folks, try it out, and we'll see how effective that is against the anti-whites and helping our brothers and sisters there come to the truth of white well-being. 4 minutes and 30 seconds is all we have left. I'll take a quick run through this glorious. Well, looky there. There is Carlisle Cockatoo. Hello, young lady. We saw you earlier. I don't know if you were there at the time, but welcome to you. And let's see, what do we have? Don Jr. is a thinker, says Melissa. Seems he is sensible. Hey, he's brave and sensible and courageous and noble. Real Vincent is here. Great to see you, brother. He says, hails. Hails to you, my brother. I don't know if we satisfied the question. By the way, I just got timed out for stating that I'm being called names. She says. All right. I don't know what did you get satisfied? Did you get the answer? Was that what you're looking for? You made a lot of great points tonight, says Mr. Monkeypox. Is it okay if I clip parts? Yes, we'll go right ahead. Share. Is that Kyverdam? Hello to you and welcome. Share, please share wide. I feel that it's a hypothetical for people to judge on the basis of their birth, especially since they are trying to get people to stop victimizing us. Yeah, well, that's true. That's one of the most, white people, and that's why this H for hypocrisy, the Cucks do, because it really matters to white people, that objective beyond us rather than the subjective. It really matters for us. So when you go to white people and you say, okay, white people, listen up. What we want to do is we want to stop all of these people labeling all of us as evil just because we're born white. And I want you all to label all of them evil because they're born Jewish or because they're born black or whatever. White people are like, what? It's like the record skip moment. They're like, what did you just say? White people aren't going to go for that ever. I mean, grow up. Stop it. Great point. Thank you for that. Apparently, Nixie has run into a lot of headwind here over the voting. If you vote for Trump, they control him. So I'm going to suggest, Nixie, that you reflect on whether or not you want the end of the victimization of white people or harm to come to all Jewish people. That's just the bottom line. I mean, when you say you're talking about Trump, but you're talking about Jews. Let's just be clear, because it's not Trump. It's all Jews who are running Trump, as you would put it. And I state my opinion very clearly. He could give Israel an extra $50 billion if it meant that he's going to oppose anti-whiteism in America. I couldn't care less. I want the victimization of white people to end right now. And all of you in service to white well-being, you want that as well. That's why we're winning. That's why we are succeeding. We have the intelligence. We have the courage. We have the heroes here. Men and women of the West will continue being the change agents, irrespective of the size of our audience-ready community relative to some of the others. And we're going to do that this coming week, just like last week. We're going to launch. We're going to succeed. We're going to take back our destiny. I love you all. Let's go free.